meticulously traced the money funneling to defence contractors, oil conglomerates and political campaigns in the immediate weeks after the catastrophic event. If authentic, it would confirm the real motive behind the orchestrated false flag: indefinite war and profiteering. At a safe house borrowed from an old contact of Sarah's, they pored over these hints by lamplight. Among the digital shards was a location clue: a retired NSA facility on the outskirts of a southwestern desert, defunct but rumoured to store old backups. "We find that offline archive," Sarah said. "We can copy the Saturn files in raw form. That's the smoking gun." Keane nodded, though dread of infiltration weighed on him. Between them, they had minimal resources: a battered car, a few $1,000s in cash, and a handful of laptops. The Watchers, on the other hand, had near limitless means: drones, infiltration teams, access to every camera feed in the nation. But the Watchers didn't fully expect them to attempt a break-in at a presumably abandoned facility, so maybe the element of surprise worked in their favour. Director Eldridge Shaw ramped up the clampdown. The official narrative shaped the public mind. A rogue ex-FBI analyst has unleashed foreign-forged documents aimed at undermining national security. Many believed it, but a growing minority saw government overreach, especially after multiple suspicious accidents claimed the lives of other potential whistleblowers. People asked, if it's so false, why chase and kill so aggressively? In one instance, a known data archivist was found shot in his home, with the press labelling it a botched robbery, ignoring the data archivist's link to the leaked material. On social media, had black dust soared. Some city squares erupted in protest, carrying signs that read "We deserve the truth" or "Stop killing our whistleblowers." The Watchers responded by intensifying arrests, calling them rioters. Keane tried to remain focused. He realised that if the Saturn files were real, it might show direct bank transfers from major corporate boards into the pockets of certain officials, all tied to legislation passing huge war budgets after the false flag. That would upend the entire post-attack establishment. "No wonder they're stopping at nothing," Sarah murmured. Securing fake IDs, they travelled cross-country by back roads. Each motel they used for a single night, paying cash. They dodged major highways, suspecting licence plate readers. The Watchers likely guessed their aim was to expose more data, but might not know the exact target. Meanwhile, the tension between them soared. The climate was near police state. Newscasts repeated that the domestic terrorist Thomas Keane must be turned in. Civilians were promised big rewards for tips. Billboards with Keane's face popped up along highways. He wore a baseball cap and used tinted glasses. But each day was a dice roll. A near encounter. On a lonely stretch, a black SUV sped behind them. They recognised the pattern. Sarah swerved onto a side route, forging through a small farmland path. The Watchers gave chase. Shots rang out, blowing a tyre. The car careened into a ditch. They scrambled out, hid among tall corn. The Watchers searched, but eventually gave up, presumably to avoid a big scene. This brush with violent capture left them rattled, but also more resolved. "We're obviously on the right track if they're that desperate," Sarah said, breath shaky. Finally, after days, they reached the deserted perimeter of the old NSA outpost. It was ringed by a crumbling fence, a few rusted signposts. By the look of the cracked asphalt and weed-choked yard, it had been abandoned for over a decade. Perfect place to bury secrets. Under twilight, they found a corner of the fence cut open by looters. They slipped inside quietly. The main building rose in silhouette, windows boarded up. A stray coyote howled in the distance, wind carrying a faint metallic whistling from open vents. Inside, dust-coated floors. Old cubicles sat in disarray. They used flashlights to navigate. Eventually they located a sub-basement with battered computer racks. A few beeped faintly with emergency power. "There's power? That's suspicious," Keane muttered. Indeed, it suggested the Watchers might still be pulling some data from here. They approached a locked door labelled Server Vault Archive 6. With Sarah's phone, they scanned a partial code from the documents, generating a bypass sequence that might override older system locks. After multiple tries, a green light flickered, the vault door clunked open. Inside the vault, rows of drives and reels lined metal shelves. Dusty but humming with minimal climate control, they sifted through labels: Operation Cast Peak, Post-K-War Roster, Saturn. That was it. A battered cluster of servers with the word Saturn FSV. They carefully powered one terminal, hooking it to a laptop. Sarah typed a root command. The screen glowed. Restricted. Saturn 1, 2, 3. Enter pass. They tried typical keywords from the docs. On the third attempt, a beep. Access. They were in, files scrolled, each referencing massive funding authorizations, building demolitions, insider trading, logs dated within days of the big attack. The scope was monstrous. It implicated high-level bureaucrats, big banks, and even a few journalists. They orchestrated the tragedy to galvanize fear, pass endless war budgets, feed the arms economy, Sarah whispered, stunned. All hidden under national security drapery. Some lines suggested hijackers were known assets used as a controlled ignition. The betrayal was staggering. In that hush, footsteps upstairs. The watchers had arrived, no doubt detecting the power usage. "We must copy this now," Keane said, launching a data transfer to multiple external drives. Meanwhile, Sarah prepared to kill lights and hide, but the watchers rushed down, flashlights slicing through gloom. Gunfire echoed. Bullets pinged off server racks. Sarah huddled behind a console, returning fire with a small pistol she carried. Keane initiated an upload, hooking the server to a secure satellite link via a portable router. The watchers advanced. He typed frantically, the progress bar inching along, transmission at 10%. Then Director Shaw himself stepped in. "Stop!" he roared, voice reverberating in the metal corridor. "Keane, you have no idea what you're unleashing. The stability of entire alliances depends on burying that day's complexities." Shots resumed. Sarah took a graze to her shoulder, but kept the watchers pinned. The bar reached 50%. Shaw barked an order to lob a small explosive. They tossed a flashbang. The ear-shattering pop disoriented them. The watchers closed in, tackling Sarah. Another pinned Keane. The laptop screen cracked under a boot. The upload froze at 80%. In the struggle, Keane twisted free, smashing a guard's face with the laptop, which ironically forced the laptop back to life. The watchers tried to pull cables. Meanwhile, a stray bullet hit a server coolant line. Steam hissed. The infiltration team realized this was too risky. The entire place might go up. Shaw advanced on Keane, gun raised. "You can die here with your illusions, or you can vanish quietly. The truth will never see daylight." Suddenly an explosion from the coolant line triggered a chain reaction in the old power system. Fire licked the corners, sending watchers scrambling. Sarah crawled to safety. Keane, battered, saw the upload bar at 98%. He roared in defiance, pressing a final keystroke to confirm. The system beeped success. The watchers realized the data had been sent out, unstoppable now. Furious, one aimed at Keane's chest. A final shot rang out. Darkness overcame him. The watchers yanked the cable, but it was too late. The Saturn files had presumably reached a safe node on the open web. Alarms beeped. The facility's meltdown forced a hurried retreat. In the swirling smoke, Sarah was dragged away by an explosion's concussive wave. The watchers grabbed Shaw, retreating. The entire sub-basement collapsed in flame and dust. For all they knew, Keane perished under the rubble. But the watchers had lost the bigger war. The Saturn files were free. Within hours, a torrent of new evidence, the Saturn files, flooded the internet. Anonymous activists, archivists, and journalists worldwide mirrored the data. Even as official agencies tried to block or discredit it, the story soared across social media, overshadowing government censorship efforts. Original documents codenamed Operation White Dawn, some Project Switchboard, commissioned for filter some Rorsi, provided stark details. Insider collusion with extremist groups, advanced planning to ensure that attacks triggered panic and indefinite war mobilization, international reaction. Allies demanded urgent clarifications from Washington. rival nations called for an emergency UN session. The general public seeing internal memos where top officials weighed acceptable civilian losses for strategic advantage reeled in fury. Large-scale protests ignited in multiple capitals. People demanded resignations. The entire intelligence apparatus faced the biggest crisis of legitimacy since the day it was formed. Meanwhile, the White House insisted the documents were tampered forgeries. But the mass of cross-corroboration was overwhelming. Anonymous data scientists validated digital signatures, timestamps, usage logs consistent with 20-year-old records. Even some mid-level intelligence employees, shaken by the revelations, publicly confirmed the authenticity. Back home, in the US, the meltdown was immediate. Rallies erupted outside major government buildings calling for arrests of those named in the files. Corporate board members from arms manufacturing companies faced lawsuits. The stock market dived, particularly for defence sector stocks. Over time, entire boards resigned, some fleeing the country. Various retired generals disclaiming involvement or giving partial confessions fueled headlines. The public found itself torn between anger, betrayal and heartbreak, reliving the trauma of that fateful day under a horrifying new lens. Media torn. Some mainstream outlets quickly pivoted, acknowledging the new data as genuine after initial attempts to bury it. High-profile anchors apologised for previously parroting the official story. Others doubled down on patriotic narratives, ironically fueling further distrust. The swirl of disinformation versus actual data soared, but the raw evidence was too extensive to suppress. You can't close the barn door after the horse has fled, a commentator said. The entire architecture of post-attack policy is under question. Director Eldridge Shaw attempted a grand press conference to reassert authority, but the crowd drowned him in jeers. Calls for congressional hearings soared. In a last-chance effort, Shaw's office declared a national security emergency, urging martial law to keep order. That, ironically, only inflamed dissent. Certain states refused to cooperate. Over the next weeks, the old alignment of power began fracturing. Investigations launched from multiple angles, with newly emboldened lawmakers prosecuting those who orchestrated the post-attack expansions for personal gain. Sarah Voss emerged from the southwestern fiasco battered but alive. She revealed how Watchers had infiltrated that abandoned NSA site, how Keane died a hero finalising the upload. She published a moving column titled One Man's Last Key Press, describing how, in a swirl of gunfire, Keane completed the Saturn files transmission, ensuring no one could bury it. The piece went viral, shaping the public's view of Keane as a tragic whistleblower who gave everything for the truth. At the local level, families of 9/11 victims demanded new trials. The old official commissions were discredited. People realised entire reams of contradictory evidence had been sealed. Even the original investigators admitted they'd been misled or threatened. The emotional toll soared once more. Many felt as though they'd been lied to for decades about the biggest national tragedy. A wave of introspection overcame the country. How had fear become so profitable, and how did good people allow it? Internationally, alliances that had supported the war on terror felt betrayed. Some withdrew forces from contested regions. Others launched their own parliamentary investigations, suspecting shared complicity. The world order that was shaped after the attack started crumbling, replaced by an uncertain future. Some dared to hope it meant a less militarised approach. Others worried that new extremist groups might exploit the chaos. In the midst of all this, rumours circulated that Thomas Keane might still be alive, sightings in some far-off place. Yet no concrete proof existed. Official statements considered him presumed deceased. If he survived, he might have chosen the anonymity of an unknown identity, having done what he set out to do. 6 months later, a massive Senate hearing convened. Top officials were subpoenaed. The public watched enthralled as ex-generals, ex-CEOs, and ex-administration figures from 20 years prior faced grilling. Some invoked national security, others pled the fifth, while a few confessed partial roles. Indictments followed, though not all ended in convictions. The system was too vast, too intricately rigged, yet the symbolic effect was undeniable. Never again would the official story be accepted unchallenged. At the same time, Sarah Voss launched an independent media platform broadcasting daily updates on the False Skies Inquiry. People from across the spectrum contributed testimonies, documents, or personal stories of how they'd suspect hush-ups. Freed from blacklists, she soared as a public figure, championing the cause of government accountability. A year after the Saturn Files meltdown, a new memorial was erected near the site of the original 9/11 tragedy. A statue depicting a single figure pressing a key, a reflection of Keene's final act. The inscription read, "They took truth from us in the shadows, he brought it back in the light." Visitors left flowers, some seeking solace that the realm of power had at least partially been unmasked. Epilogue. In a quiet coastal town, a fisherman swore he recognised a man from a circulated photo. Older, hair bleached by salt and sun, eyes weighed with sadness. The man told him he used to work for the government, but no more. He spoke of illusions and the cost of unveiling them. Then he vanished at sunrise, leaving only a single battered flash drive behind. If it was Thomas Keene, he apparently chose a wandering fate, letting the world handle the legacy of his bombshell leak. Public trust in large institutions remained shaken. Some remained furious, others hopeful that a new transparency might arise. In the corners of the internet, conspiracy watchers debate if the watchers still exist, planning new false flags. But for now, the greatest deception in modern times has been laid bare. The name Black Dust stands as a testament to the unstoppable power of truth once it's unleashed. In the hush that follows, the final note, they used fear to shape the world, but one day fear lost. The truth soared free, and the illusions that once cloaked the skies were shattered in a single day. Hello there, night wanderers and truth seekers. Before we dive into tonight's story, I hope you're having a wonderful day, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. Whether you're listening at 2 a.m. in Tokyo, during your lunch break in London, or while driving through the American heartland, I want to know, how has your day been treating you? And more importantly, where are you tuning in from tonight? If you're new here, welcome to Sleep Theories, where we explore the stories they don't want you to hear, the files they thought were buried forever. Don't forget to subscribe. We've got so much more to uncover together. Now settle in, because what you're about to hear will change how you look at every rainstorm for the rest of your life. The following audio journals were recovered from a hard drive hidden in a storage unit in Spokane, Washington, in 2024. The renter, listed as L. Martinez, had not paid rent in over 2 years. The recordings are presented here exactly as they were found, with minimal editing for clarity. The speaker identifies herself as Dr. Lena Marrow, formerly of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. What follows is her account of the Oakville incident, a story that begins with strange rain and ends with questions that still keep government officials awake at night. Date: August 9th, 1994. Time: 11:47 p.m. Location: Motel 6, Centralia, Washington. Static. Then the sound of a woman clearing her throat. This is Dr. Lena Marrow, CDC identification number 4471-Delta. I'm recording this on my personal device because I have a feeling the official channels aren't going to want to hear what I'm about to say. 2 days ago, I was in my lab in Atlanta, running routine cultures on a nasty strain of E. coli from a food processing plant in Georgia. Normal Tuesday stuff. Then the call came in around 3 in the afternoon, emergency deployment to rural Washington state. Something about a biological anomaly affecting multiple civilians. They gave me the basics on the flight. Sunday morning, August 7th, the town of Oakville, Washington, population barely 600, experienced what locals described as gel rain. Not normal rain, not hail, but translucent gelatinous blobs falling from the sky for approximately 6 hours straight. By Sunday evening, 23 people had been hospitalised with severe flu-like symptoms. By Monday, that number had climbed to 41. I've been doing this job for 8 years. I've seen anthrax scares that turned out to be flour, mysterious rashes that were poison ivy, and zombie outbreaks that were actually just really bad food poisoning. But something about this one felt different from the moment I stepped off the plane in Seattle. For starters, they didn't send me alone. Usually for small rural incidents, it's just me and maybe a local health official. This time, I had a full team. Dr. Marcus Webb from the Virology Division, Dr. Sarah Chen from Environmental Health, and, this is where it gets weird, a military liaison named Colonel Hayes, who wouldn't tell us which branch he represented. "Just think of me as your government escort," he said when I asked. Real friendly guy. The kind of friendly that makes your skin crawl. We drove down to Oakville in a convoy of black SUVs. Not exactly subtle for a sleepy logging town. The whole drive, Colonel Hayes kept making phone calls in some kind of code. "Package secure? Phase 3 confirmed," that sort of thing. When I asked what Phase 3 meant, he just smiled and said, "Medical terminology, Doctor. Above your clearance level." Above my clearance level, I have level 4 biosafety clearance. I've worked with hemorrhagic fever viruses that could kill half of Atlanta if mishandled. What exactly was above my clearance level? We got to Oakville around 4 in the afternoon. Picture a town that time forgot. One main street, a few shops, houses scattered around like someone threw them from a plane and left them where they landed. But what struck me immediately was how quiet it was. No kids playing, no dogs barking, hardly any people on the streets. Those who were out moved slowly, like they were walking through invisible molasses. The local sheriff, a guy named Don Murphy, met us at what passed for the town hall. Big man, probably 60, with the kind of weathered face you get from 30 years of dealing with drunk loggers and domestic disputes. But his hands were shaking when he handed me the incident report. "Never seen anything like it, Doc," he said. "One minute it's a normal Sunday morning, next minute it's raining. I don't even know what to call it. Jelly? Slime? My wife got a piece of it on her hand when she went to get the mail, said it felt warm, like it was alive." I asked him where the samples were. He led us to the back of the building where they'd set up a makeshift containment area. Really just a card table with some Tupperware containers. Amateur hour, but I've seen worse from small-town officials. The samples were unlike anything I'd encountered before. Translucent, gelatinous, roughly the size and consistency of jellyfish, but without any discernible structure. No cell walls that I could see with the naked eye, no obvious organisation, just blobs. Some were clear, others had a slightly yellowish tint. They didn't smell like anything, which was almost more disturbing than if they'd reeked. Dr. Webb poked one with a sterile probe. It jiggled like jello, but then, and I swear this happened, it seemed to recoil slightly from the probe, like it was trying to get away. "Did you see that?" I asked him. "See what?" But his face told me he'd seen it too. Colonel Hayes was taking pictures with some kind of specialised camera, muttering measurements into a recording device. When I asked if we could get some samples back to a proper lab for analysis, he said the Army had already arranged for field testing equipment. "Field testing for what?" Dr. Chen asked. "Standard biological warfare protocols," Hayes replied, like he was discussing the weather. Biological warfare protocols for rain gel in rural Washington. That night, back at the motel, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that moment when the sample seemed to move away from the probe. Gelatinous masses don't have nervous systems. They don't have survival instincts. They don't recoil, unless they're not what they appear to be. Long pause, sound of papers rustling. I'm going to try to get some sleep. Tomorrow we start the real analysis. But I have a feeling we're not going to like what we find. End of entry number 1. Date, August 10th, 1994. Time, 6:23 a.m. Location, Oakville Community Centre, converted field lab. Sound of equipment humming, distant voices. Good morning, if you can call it good. I didn't sleep much last night, and from the looks of my team neither did they. Dr. Webb had bags under his eyes that could carry groceries, and Dr. Chen kept checking and rechecking her equipment like she was afraid it might betray her. Colonel Hayes, on the other hand, looked like he'd had a full 8 hours and a continental breakfast. He'd somehow managed to have a complete mobile laboratory set up in the Oakville Community Centre overnight. I'm talking electron microscopes, DNA sequencing equipment, atmospheric analysis tools, stuff that usually takes weeks to requisition and ship. When I asked how he'd managed it, He just said the Army keeps emergency research assets stationed throughout the Pacific Northwest. Emergency research assets for biological incidents in towns with populations smaller than my high school graduating class. We started the analysis around 7 this morning. The first thing we did was basic microscopy on the gel samples. What we found... Christ, I don't even know how to describe it properly. The samples contained human white blood cells. Not similar to human white blood cells, actual human white blood cells, complete with the proper cellular structure and protein markers. But they were embedded in this matrix of something else. Something that definitely wasn't human. Dr. Chen ran the environmental analysis first. She found traces of aircraft fuel compounds in the gel, specifically JP-8 fuel used by military aircraft. When she mentioned this to Colonel Hayes, he suddenly became very interested in her methodology. Could be contamination from atmospheric particulates, he suggested. Lots of air traffic over Washington state. But Chen had already thought of that. She'd run control samples from the surrounding area. The fuel compounds were only present in the gel samples, and in concentrations that suggested direct contact, not atmospheric absorption. Something carrying JP-8 fuel came into direct contact with this material, she told me quietly, when Hayes stepped out to make another of his coded phone calls. That's when Dr. Webb made the discovery that changed everything. He'd been examining one of the gel samples under high magnification, documenting its cellular structure, when he noticed something moving. Not the random Brownian motion you'd expect from particles in solution, but directed movement. Purposeful movement. "Lena, you need to see this," he called out. I rushed over to his workstation. On the monitor displaying the microscope feed, I could see what looked like bacterial structures, but they were moving in formation, coordinated, like they were following some kind of instruction set. "Are those bacteria?" I asked. "I don't know what they are," Webb admitted. "They have some bacterial characteristics, but the behaviour is all wrong. Bacteria don't move in patterns like this. And look at this." He switched to a different sample. This one contained what appeared to be 2 distinct bacterial strains, but they weren't competing for resources like you'd expect. They were working together, cooperating. I've never seen anything like it in nature. "It's like they've been engineered," Webb whispered. That's when Colonel Hayes returned from his phone call and his demeanour had completely changed. The casual military friendliness was gone, replaced by something much more serious. "I need to see all of your findings," he said. Not asked, demanded. We showed him everything. The human white blood cells, the fuel compounds, the cooperative bacterial strains. He listened without comment, taking notes in a small black notebook that he kept angled away from our view. When we finished, he closed the notebook and looked at each of us in turn. "What you found here is classified under the Biological Weapons Convention of 1972, he said. "Everything you've seen, everything you've tested, and everything you've recorded is now classified at the highest levels of national security." Dr. Chen started to protest. "We're CDC personnel. We don't work for the military. We have reporting obligations to—" "Doctor," Hayes interrupted, "as of this moment, you're working under a joint military-civilian task force, authorized by executive order. Your reporting obligations are now to me." He handed us each a document to sign. Non-disclosure agreements with language I'd never seen before. Penalties for violation included not just termination and criminal prosecution, but something called administrative detention for national security purposes. I've signed NDAs before, every CDC employee has. But this was different. This wasn't about protecting public health information or maintaining quarantine protocols. This was about hiding something. "What exactly are we hiding?" I asked. Hayes looked at me for a long moment. "Dr. Marrow, have you ever considered the possibility that some biological incidents aren't accidents?" Before I could ask what he meant, one of his assistants, when had assistants arrived, whispered something in his ear. Hayes nodded and turned back to us. "We'll continue this discussion tomorrow. For tonight, I need you to secure all samples and shut down your analysis equipment. No further testing until I give the authorization." As we packed up our equipment, I noticed Dr. Webb palming one of the smaller sample containers. He caught my eye and gave an almost imperceptible nod toward the back exit. Smart man, because something about this whole situation stank worse than week-old biological cultures. Sound of equipment being moved, voices growing distant. I'm heading back to the motel now. Tonight, Dr. Webb and I are going to do some unauthorized analysis. If Colonel Hayes wants to classify our findings, we need to know what we're actually being asked to hide, and I have a terrible feeling we're not going to like the answer. End of entry number 2. Date: August 11th, 1994. Time: 2:14 AM. Location: Motel 6, room 127. Whispered voice, sounds of typing in background. Jesus Christ, I don't even know where to start. Webb and I spent the evening running analysis on the sample he'd smuggled out. We had to use his personal laptop and some portable equipment he'd brought for emergencies, but what we found, it changes everything we thought we knew about the Oakville incident. First, the bacterial strains. We managed to isolate and identify them using Webb's portable DNA sequencing kit. One of them matched a known strain of Bacillus cereus. Not unusual, you can find it in soil and food products. But the other strain was completely unknown. Not just a new variant, but something that doesn't match anything in the genetic databases. But here's the really disturbing part. The unknown strain showed clear signs of genetic modification, specific sequences that don't occur naturally, inserted with surgical precision. Someone had deliberately engineered this bacterium, and from what we could determine, it was designed to interact with human neurochemistry. It's targeting neurotransmitter production, Webb explained, pointing to the protein structures on his laptop screen. Specifically dopamine and serotonin pathways. This isn't meant to kill people, it's meant to affect their behaviour. Behaviour modification through biological agents. That's not medical research, that's weapons development. We were just starting to process the implications when Dr. Chen appeared at our door. She looked terrible, pale, shaking, eyes wide with panic. "They took Marcus," she said. "What do you mean, took him?" I asked. "Dr. Peterson, the environmental specialist who was supposed to arrive this morning. He never showed up at the community centre, so I went to check on him at his motel. His room was empty, but there were signs of a struggle, and this was on the floor." She handed me a small electronic device I didn't recognise immediately. Webb looked at it and went white. "That's a data mining device," he said. "Military grade. It's used to extract information from computers and mobile devices." Chen nodded. His laptop was gone, his phone was gone, even his backup drives. But whoever took him missed this. It was under the bed. She opened her own laptop and inserted the device. After a few minutes of technical wizardry that was way above my pay grade, she managed to access its stored data. "Oh my God," she whispered. On the screen was a document marked Classified, Project Rainvale, Phase 3 Operational Summary. I'll try to reproduce the key sections here, though my hands are shaking as I type this. Objective: Field test of aerosolized behavioral modification compound in controlled civilian population. Delivery method: KC-135. Stratotanker equipped with weather modification dispersal system. Target area: Oakville, Washington. Population 598. Isolated minimal media attention probability. Compound composition: synthetic gel matrix containing engineered bacterial agents. B7, mood suppression, and B12, compliance enhancement, plus human leukocytes for immune system camouflage. Expected results: 72-hour onset period. Symptoms include mild fever, cognitive fog, reduced anxiety response, increased suggestion susceptibility. Monitoring protocol: embedded CDC team to document civilian response while maintaining cover story of natural phenomenon investigation. Escalation authority: Colonel J. Hayes, Project Rainvale Operations Command. There were more details: technical specifications, dosage calculations, even psychological assessment protocols for measuring compliance enhancement in the affected population. But what made my blood run cold was the final section. Phase 4. Authorization. Upon successful completion of Phase 3 field test, recommend expansion to larger population centres. Proposed targets include rural communities in Oregon, Idaho and Montana, with eventual metropolitan deployment pending Senate Armed Services Committee approval. They weren't studying a natural phenomenon. They weren't even studying an accidental release of biological material. They had deliberately rained biological weapons on American citizens as a test run for larger operations. "How many people know about this?" I asked Chen. Peterson and I were the only ones with clearance to access the environmental data. but Peterson suspected something was wrong with the whole operation. He'd been asking questions about the military involvement, the secrecy protocols, why we needed level 5 containment procedures for what was supposed to be an algae bloom. That's why they took him, Webb said quietly. We spent the next 2 hours copying everything we could from the device onto multiple backup drives. The full scope of Project Rainveil was even more disturbing than the initial document had suggested. This wasn't some rogue military operation. It was part of a larger program dating back to the 1960s, designed to test the feasibility of using biological agents for population control. Not population reduction, population control, making people more compliant, less likely to resist government authority, more susceptible to media manipulation. The Oakville incident was just the latest in a series of tests conducted on unwitting American communities over the past 30 years. There were references to similar operations in small towns across the Midwest and Southwest, all documented with the same clinical detachment you'd expect from a pharmaceutical trial. But they weren't testing medicine, they were testing methods for controlling human behaviour on a mass scale. Long pause, sound of someone taking deep breaths. We've hidden copies of the data in 3 different locations. If something happens to us, at least there will be a record of what really happened here. Tomorrow we're supposed to report back to Colonel Hayes with our final analysis of the Oakville samples. He expects us to conclude that the incident was caused by natural atmospheric phenomena, algae blooms, bacterial contamination, nothing that can't be explained by meteorology and bad luck. But I can't do it. I became a doctor to help people, not to cover up biological weapons tests on American citizens. Even if it means the end of my career, I have to find a way to expose what's really happening here. The question is, how do you fight an enemy that can rain compliance from the sky? End of entry number 3. Date, August 11th, 1994. Time, 6:45 p.m. Location, Oakville Community Centre. Background noise of equipment being packed, multiple voices. Today was supposed to be our final day of analysis. Colonel Hayes called a team meeting for 8 this morning to discuss our conclusions about the Oakville incident. I walked into that community centre knowing it might be the last honest thing I ever did as a CDC scientist. But I wasn't prepared for what Hayes told us. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, standing in front of a projector screen that showed aerial photographs of Oakville, "your analysis has been extremely valuable to national security. However, the nature of your findings requires us to adjust our public reporting strategy." He clicked to the next slide, a draft report concluding that the Oakville incident was caused by atmospheric algae blooms, combined with unusual weather patterns and trace bacterial contamination from agricultural runoff. This is the report that will be filed with the CDC, the Washington State Department of Health, and local authorities, Hayes continued. It explains the symptoms observed in local residents and provides recommendations for preventing similar incidents in the future. Dr. Chen raised her hand. "Colonel, this report doesn't mention the human white blood cells we found in the samples, or the engineered bacterial strains, or the aircraft fuel compounds." Hayes smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Dr. Chen, I'm afraid there may have been some contamination in your testing procedures. When we ran independent analysis on the same samples, we found no evidence of the anomalies you described." He clicked to another slide showing laboratory results that looked exactly like ours, except all the anomalous findings had been replaced with standard bacterial cultures you'd expect from environmental contamination. "I don't understand," Webb said. "We have documented evidence of—" "Dr. Webb," Hayes interrupted, "you have documented evidence of testing errors caused by inadequate field laboratory conditions. It's not uncommon for researchers working in improvised settings to introduce contamination that produces false positive results." I realised what was happening. They weren't just covering up the biological weapons test. They were gaslighting us into believing our own findings were mistakes. "What about Dr. Peterson?" I asked. "Where is he?" Hayes consulted his notebook. "Dr. Peterson was recalled to Atlanta yesterday afternoon due to a family emergency. He sends his regrets for leaving without saying goodbye." The lies were so smooth, so practiced, that for a moment I almost believed them myself. If I hadn't seen the Project Rainveil documents with my own eyes, if I hadn't made copies of all our real findings, I might have convinced myself that we'd somehow contaminated our samples or misread our equipment. But I knew the truth. and from the looks on Webb's and Chen's faces they knew it too. "Now," Hayes continued, "I need each of you to sign this amended report confirming these corrected findings. Your signatures indicate that you stand behind the scientific accuracy of this document." Chen was the first to crack. "I can't sign something I know isn't true." Hayes looked at her with what might have been sympathy. "Dr. Chen, I understand your concern for scientific integrity, but sometimes the greater good requires us to accept that our individual perspectives might be limited. The greater good?" I couldn't keep quiet any longer. "Colonel, we found evidence of biological weapons testing on American civilians. How is covering that up serving the greater good?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Hayes closed his notebook and looked directly at me. "Dr. Marrow, I think you may be suffering from the stress of extended field work. It's not uncommon for researchers to develop paranoid interpretations of routine data when working under pressure." Paranoid interpretations, there it was, the classic discredit and marginalised strategy. "However," Hayes continued, "I'm prepared to be understanding about the psychological effects of this assignment. If you sign the corrected report, we can arrange for you to take some administrative leave. Time to recover from what has obviously been a traumatic experience." The threat was clear: sign the false report and disappear quietly, or be labelled mentally unstable and discredited professionally. Webb and Chen both signed. I watched them do it, their hands shaking as they wrote their names on documents they knew were lies. I don't blame them. They have families, mortgages, careers to protect. The system is designed to make resistance too costly for ordinary people. But I didn't sign. "I need more time to review the data," I told Hayes. He nodded like he'd expected this. "Of course. Take all the time you need. Just remember, Doctor, sometimes the most patriotic thing a scientist can do is know when to stop asking questions." Sound of chairs scraping, people leaving. Everyone else has gone home. I'm alone in the community centre now, supposedly packing up the last of our equipment. But really, I'm trying to figure out what to do next. I've spent my entire career believing that science serves truth, and truth serves the public good. But what happens when the truth is so dangerous that revealing it might be worse than hiding it? What if they're right? What if there are threats to national security that justify testing biological weapons on unwitting civilians? What if the greater good really does require some people to suffer in ignorance so that others can be protected? Long pause. Number, I can't accept that. The moment we start justifying weapons tests on our own people, we've lost everything worth protecting. I'm going to find a way to expose Project Rainveil. I don't know how yet, but I'm going to make sure the world knows what happened in Oakville, even if it destroys me. End of entry number 4. Date: August 13th, 1994. Time: 11:30. PM. Location: undisclosed. Voice much more subdued. Sounds of traffic in background. I can't tell you where I am right now. It's not safe. Yesterday, after I refused to sign Hayes' fabricated report, things moved very quickly. I went back to my motel room to find 2 men in suits waiting for me in the parking lot. They identified themselves as federal agents, but when I asked to see their credentials, they just smiled and suggested we have a conversation. The conversation took place in the back of a black sedan with tinted windows. They didn't threaten me directly. They didn't need to. Instead, they told me about other CDC researchers who'd developed psychological problems after stressful field assignments. Researchers who'd been quietly moved to desk jobs or taken extended medical leave, or simply transferred to positions where their paranoid tendencies wouldn't be a problem. "Dr. Marrow," one of them said, "we understand you've been under a lot of pressure lately. Working in field conditions, dealing with unusual biological samples, the stress of trying to protect public health. It's enough to make anyone start seeing conspiracies where there are only coincidences." They offered me a choice: accept a transfer to a nice, quiet position in the CDC's Historical Archives Division, or continue to insist on my misinterpretation of the Oakville data and face the consequences of being labelled psychologically unfit for fieldwork. I told them I needed time to think about it. That was a mistake. This morning I got a call from my supervisor in Atlanta. Apparently there had been concerns raised about my mental state during the Washington assignment. I was being placed on immediate administrative leave pending a psychological evaluation. When I tried to access my CDC email account, my password had been changed. When I called the IT department, they told me my account had been suspended for security reasons. My CDC credit cards were cancelled, my official phone was remotely wiped. In less than 24 hours, they'd completely severed my connection to the agency I'd worked for 8 years. But they made one mistake. They assumed I'd kept all my evidence in official channels. Before leaving Oakville, I'd mailed copies of our real findings to 3 different addresses: a journalist I knew from graduate school, a professor at Johns Hopkins who specialised in biological weapons research, and my own personal storage unit in Atlanta. I'd also uploaded encrypted copies to a private bulletin board system that a friend of mine ran for sharing research data. If they wanted to silence me, they'd have to find and destroy all of those copies, and I wasn't going to make it easy for them. Sound of papers rustling. I've been doing my own research over the past 2 days, using public records and Freedom of Information Act requests to trace the history of Project Rainveil. What I've found is terrifying in its scope. The Oakville incident wasn't isolated. Over the past 30 years, there have been at least 24 similar events in small communities across the United States. Strange weather phenomena followed by unexplained illnesses, always in rural areas with populations under 1,000, always with minimal media attention. 1967, Eureka, Utah. Residents reported snow that wouldn't melt, followed by a flu outbreak that left most of the town bedridden for weeks. 1973, Millfield, Ohio. A chemical spill from a passing truck caused respiratory problems and severe lethargy in local residents. 1981, Hanksville, Utah. Military aircraft conducting weather research preceded an outbreak of what doctors called desert fever. Symptoms included cognitive fog and unusual compliance with authority figures. 1988, Jordan Valley, Oregon. Atmospheric algae blooms caused flu-like symptoms and temporary memory problems in nearly half the town's population. The pattern is always the same: unusual atmospheric phenomena followed by specific symptoms that include not just physical illness, but psychological changes: reduced anxiety, increased suggestibility, temporary memory problems, and always military aircraft in the area immediately before the incident. But here's what really scares me. I found evidence that some of these tests were deemed successful and led to larger scale operations. In 1976, San Francisco experienced what was officially described as a fog phenomenon that caused widespread respiratory problems. Thousands of people were affected, but the symptoms were dismissed as a particularly bad flu season. What the public wasn't told was that military aircraft had been conducting weather modification experiments over the Bay Area for months leading up to the incident. They'd been testing biological weapons on American citizens for decades, refining their techniques, expanding their scope. The Oakville incident was just the latest iteration of a program that's been growing bolder and more sophisticated over time. Long pause, sound of someone lighting a cigarette. I tried to call the journalist I'd sent documents to. Her editor told me she'd been reassigned to cover local politics and wasn't available for comment on conspiracy theories. The professor at Johns Hopkins never returned my calls, and when I finally reached his department, they told me he was on sabbatical in Europe with no forwarding address. Someone got to them. Someone with enough influence to silence respected professionals with just a phone call. But they haven't found all of my evidence yet, and they haven't silenced me. I'm going to keep digging. I'm going to find out how high this goes, how many people know about Project Rainveil, and what they're planning next. Because I have a terrible feeling that Oakville was just a small-scale test for something much bigger. The question isn't whether they're going to do this again. The question is where, when, and how many people will be affected next time. End of entry number 5. Date: August 20th, 1994. Time: 3:17. AM location: unknown. Voice tired, stressed, sounds of typing. It's been a week since my last recording and everything has gone to hell. I thought I was being careful. I thought I was covering my tracks. But they've been watching me since the moment I left Oakville, and they're very, very good at what they do. 3 days ago, I was staying in a small motel outside Portland, trying to piece together more information about Project Rainveil using public records and online databases. I'd managed to identify what I thought was the command structure for the program: a joint task force involving elements from the Army, the Air Force, and something called the Biological Defense Research Command that doesn't officially exist. I was making good progress, connecting the dots between various military installations, research facilities, and the locations of suspected biological weapons tests. I'd even found what looked like budget allocations for atmospheric delivery systems buried in Defense Department spending reports. That's when they found me. I woke up around 2 in the morning to the sound of someone trying to pick the lock on my motel room door. I'd been paranoid enough to wedge a chair under the handle and set up some improvised early warning systems, glasses balanced on the doorknob, that sort of thing. When I heard the glasses fall, I knew I had maybe 30 seconds before they got in. I grabbed my laptop and the backup drives, threw them in a bag and went out the bathroom window. It was a 2-story drop, and I'm pretty sure I sprained my ankle when I landed, but it was better than waiting around to see what they had planned for me. From the parking lot I could see 3 men in my room, searching through everything I'd left behind. They were thorough, checking inside the toilet tank, ripping apart the mattress, even removing electrical outlet covers to look for hidden storage. These weren't amateur government agents. These were professionals who'd done this kind of thing many times before. I limped to my rental car and drove until dawn, changing direction randomly, paying cash for everything, trying to stay ahead of whatever tracking systems they might be using to find me. But they found me anyway. Yesterday, I stopped at a library in a small town whose name I won't record here, trying to use their computers to continue my research. After about an hour of digging through military contractor databases, every computer in the library suddenly lost internet access. The librarian said it was probably a problem with their service provider. But when I went outside, I saw a van parked across the street with sophisticated communications equipment visible through the back windows. Someone had jammed the library's internet connection to stop me from accessing information they didn't want me to see. That's when I realised the full scope of what I was up against. This isn't just a cover-up of one biological weapons test. This is a coordinated campaign involving multiple agencies, military units, and intelligence services. They have the resources to monitor internet traffic, jam communications, and track individuals across multiple states in real time. But they've also made a mistake. They've shown me how scared they are. If Project Rainveil was just a minor research program that got out of hand, they wouldn't need this level of resources to contain the story. The fact that they're throwing this much manpower and technology at stopping one CDC researcher means the program is much bigger and much more important than I initially thought. Sound of papers rustling, typing. I've managed to piece together more of the picture using cached web pages and archived documents I downloaded before they started actively interfering with my research. What I've found suggests that Project Rainveil isn't just about testing biological weapons, it's about implementing them. The psychological effects we documented in Oakville, increased compliance, reduced anxiety, temporary memory problems, aren't side effects of biological contamination. They're the intended results of a sophisticated behaviour modification program. Think about it. What if you could make entire populations more accepting of government authority? What if you could reduce civil unrest, decrease crime rates, and increase social stability by adjusting the neurochemistry of millions of people simultaneously? That's what Project Rainveil is really about. Not killing people, but controlling them. Making them easier to govern, less likely to resist, more willing to accept whatever they're told by authority figures. And from what I can determine, they've been testing and refining these techniques for 30 years, gradually expanding the scope of their operations. Oakville wasn't an isolated incident. It was a field test for nationwide deployment. Long pause. I found something else in the archived documents. References to what they call Phase 4 implementation. Budget projections for large-scale atmospheric delivery systems. Purchase orders for chemical compounds measured not in grams or kilograms, but in tons. They're not planning small-scale tests anymore. They're planning to deploy these biological agents over major metropolitan areas. And based on the timeline in the documents I've seen, Phase 4 is supposed to begin sometime in the next 2 years. I have to find a way to stop this, but I'm running out of options and they're getting closer. End of entry number 6. Date: August 25th, 1994. Time: 7:42. PM. Location: redacted. Voice noticeably more strained, background sounds of wind. This is probably going to be my last recording for a while, maybe my last recording ever. 5 days ago, I thought I'd found the break I needed. Using a combination of military contractor databases and cross-referencing with air traffic control records, I'd managed to identify the specific aircraft used in the Oakville operation. A KC-135 Stratotanker, tail number 63-8877, operating out of McCord Air Force Base near Tacoma. More importantly, I'd found the flight manifest for August 6th, 1994, the day before the Oakville incident. The aircraft had conducted what was officially logged as a weather modification training exercise over southwestern Washington, with a flight path that took it directly over Oakville at approximately 3:47 a.m. The pilot was Major Dennis Kowalski, a veteran of the Gulf War with specialized training in chemical and biological weapons delivery systems. The mission commander was Colonel James Hayes, the same Colonel Hayes who'd overseen our investigation of the incident. I had proof, direct, undeniable evidence that the Oakville incident was a deliberate military operation using biological weapons against American civilians. But when I tried to use this information, everything fell apart. I contacted an investigative journalist at the Washington Post, thinking that a major newspaper would have the resources and credibility to break this story. I sent him encrypted copies of all my documentation, including the flight records, the Project Rainveil documents, and our original laboratory analysis. He called me back within hours, excited about the story. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop in downtown Seattle to discuss how to proceed. He never showed up. When I called the Post the next day, they told me he'd been reassigned to cover a congressional hearing on agricultural subsidies. When I pressed for more information, they said he wasn't available for comment on pending investigations. That's when I realised they'd gotten to him too. Whatever influence Project Rainveil had, it was powerful enough to silence journalists at major newspapers. So I tried a different approach. I reached out to a congressional aide I knew from college, someone who worked for a senator known for investigating government misconduct. I figured that Congress had oversight authority over military operations, and that elected officials might be harder to silence than journalists. I was wrong. The aide was interested at first, but after I sent him the documents, his attitude changed completely. He called me back and suggested that I might be misinterpreting the evidence, that the stress of my CDC work had caused me to see patterns that aren't really there. The exact same language Hayes and his people had used. Someone had gotten to him within 24 hours of receiving my information. Either they'd threatened him, paid him off, or convinced him that I was mentally unstable. It didn't matter which. The result was the same. Sound of typing, papers rustling. But then I found something that changed everything. A name I recognised from my graduate research. Dr. Elizabeth Carver, formerly of the Army's Biological Weapons Research Program at Fort Detrick. Dr. Carver had been a whistleblower in the 1970s, exposing illegal human experimentation programs run by the military. She'd faced the same kind of harassment and discrediting that I was experiencing, but she'd managed to get her story out through alternative channels. More importantly, she was still alive and still fighting. I managed to track her down through academic networks. She was working as a professor at a small college in Vermont, keeping a low profile but still conducting research into government biological weapons programs. When I called her, she knew exactly what I was talking about before I even mentioned Project Rainveil. They've been expanding the program, she told me. What you saw in Oakville was just the latest test. They've been working on this for decades, and they're getting ready to go operational. She agreed to meet with me, but only under very specific conditions. No phones, no electronic devices, no credit card transactions. Cash only, public places, multiple contingency plans for communication. They're very good at what they do, she warned me, and they have resources you can't imagine. But they're not invincible. There are ways to fight back. We met 3 days ago in a small diner in rural Montana. Dr. Carver was in her 60s, grey-haired and unassuming, but when she spoke about the biological weapons program, her voice carried the authority of someone who'd spent decades studying the subject. The Oakville incident follows the same pattern as dozens of other tests, she explained. They select isolated communities, deploy biological agents designed to affect behaviour and cognition, then monitor the results while maintaining plausible deniability. She showed me documents I'd never seen before, classified reports dating back to the 1960s describing similar operations, not just in the United States, but in allied countries whose governments had agreed to let American forces conduct defensive research on their soil. The ultimate goal, she said, is population-scale behaviour modification. They want to be able to adjust the psychological state of entire regions, making people more compliant, less likely to resist government authority, more susceptible to propaganda and social manipulation. The scope of what she was describing was staggering. Not just occasional weapons tests, but a systematic program to develop the capability for mass psychological control. But why? I asked. What's the point of having a compliant population if you have to drug them to achieve it? Dr. Carver smiled grimly. Because the people who run these programs believe that democracy is inherently unstable. They think that giving people too much freedom leads to chaos, rebellion, and social collapse. In their view, a little bit of chemical compliance is a small price to pay for social stability. She explained that Project Rainveil was part of a larger strategic initiative called Cognitive Stability Operations, designed to give the government tools for managing what they called democratic volatility. The idea was that by subtly adjusting the neurochemistry of target populations, they could prevent civil unrest, reduce crime rates, and maintain social order without the need for overt authoritarian measures. They see it as a more humane alternative to military occupation, or police-state tactics, she said. Instead of oppressing people directly, they just make people less inclined to resist oppression. Long pause, sound of wind getting stronger. Dr. Carver gave me more than just information. She gave me hope. There are others, she told me. Scientists, journalists, government officials who know what's happening and are working to expose it. We have to be careful. We have to be smart, but we're not alone. She put me in touch with a network of researchers and activists who've been tracking government biological weapons programs for years. They have resources, connections, and most importantly, they have a plan for getting this information to the public in a way that can't be suppressed or discredited. But the plan requires me to disappear for a while, to go completely underground, cut all ties to my previous life, and work with them to build an airtight case that even the government's media manipulation capabilities can't dismiss. The moment you surface again, Dr. Carver warned me, they'll do everything they can to destroy your credibility. They'll say you're mentally ill, they'll fabricate evidence of erratic behaviour, they'll turn your friends and family against you. You have to be prepared for that. I am prepared, or at least I think I am. Sound of car doors slamming, engine starting. They found me. I can see headlights approaching from both directions on the highway. I don't know how they tracked me here, but I'm out of time. If you're hearing this recording, it means I managed to upload it to the dead drop Dr. Carver set up before they caught me. It means the network of researchers and activists she told me about is real, and they're continuing the work. But more importantly, it means that somewhere in the world, people are still fighting for the truth. Project Rainveil is real. The biological weapons tests on American civilians are real. The plan to deploy behaviour modification agents over major population centres is real. And if we don't stop them, if we don't expose what they're doing, then the next time it rains you might want to ask yourself, is this water falling from the sky, or is it something else entirely? Sound of vehicles approaching, voices shouting. Remember Oakville. Remember what they did to those people. And remember that the price of freedom is... Recording cuts off abruptly. Date, March 15th, 2024. Source, anonymous upload to secure drop. Different voice, younger male. My name is Dr. James Mitchell, and I'm a microbiologist with the Nebraska Department of Health. 3 weeks ago, the town of Hartington, Nebraska, experienced what local officials are calling an unusual weather event. On February 23, 2024, gelatinous material fell from the sky over a 6-hour period. Within 48 hours, over 100 residents had been hospitalised with flu-like symptoms, cognitive fog, and what doctors are describing as temporary behavioural changes. The CDC has classified the incident as a natural phenomenon caused by atmospheric algae blooms. The military has denied any aircraft operations in the area. But I've run my own analysis on samples of the material, and what I've found matches exactly what Dr. Lena Marrow documented in her recordings from the Oakville incident 30 years ago. Human white blood cells embedded in an unknown matrix, engineered bacterial strains designed to affect neurochemistry, aircraft fuel compounds indicating direct military involvement. They're still doing it. They're still testing biological weapons on American civilians. Dr. Marrow's recordings resurfaced last week on a secure server, along with a cache of documents from Project Rainveil and its successor programs. The evidence is overwhelming, and it's being distributed to journalists, researchers, and government officials around the world. But that's not why I'm making this recording. I'm making this recording because the Hartington incident wasn't an isolated test. According to the leaked documents, it was part of something called Phase 7 implementation, a nationwide deployment of biological agents designed to increase social compliance and reduce civil unrest. The documents include target lists, major metropolitan areas, specific dates and delivery methods, and a timeline that suggests the full deployment is scheduled to begin within the next 6 months. Dr. Marrow was right about everything. The government has been developing the capability for mass psychological control, and they're finally ready to use it. The question is, what are we going to do about it? Sound of typing. I'm uploading Dr. Marrow's complete audio journals, along with all the supporting documentation from Project Rainveil and its successor programs, to multiple secure servers around the world. I'm also sending copies to journalists, researchers and government officials who might be able to act on this information. But I need everyone who hears this to understand. They're not going to stop just because we've exposed them. They've been planning this for decades, and they have resources and influence that most of us can't even imagine. The only way to stop them is if enough people know the truth, if enough people refuse to accept the official explanations, if enough people demand answers when unusual weather events are followed by mysterious illnesses, so the next time it rains, look up, look closely, and ask yourself, what's really falling from the sky? Because Dr. Lena Marrow gave her life to warn us about what's coming. The least we can do is listen. Over the next half hour, we'll introduce you to Agent Silas Rourke, Doctor, Liana Suresh, and Director Vance Halcor. A trio drawn into a web of secrets around a lethal pathogen called VX-73. As tensions mount and paranoia spreads, you'll witness how fear can become a powerful tool of control, and how a single whistleblower might spark either liberation or a deeper descent into conspiracy. Now close your eyes, or let them wander across these words, and follow me into the first moments of this dark, suspenseful odyssey. It started with a single headline: Mysterious respiratory illness detected in Port Maxwell. Within days, similar stories crept across the country, quiet at first, overshadowed by routine politics and everyday noise. Then, all at once, everything changed. The virus, designated VX-73, emerged as a swift-moving spectre, triggering coughing fits that escalated into respiratory failure for many. In a matter of weeks, schools were shut, businesses locked their doors, and entire metropolitan areas were quarantined under what officials described as temporary emergency protocols. For Agent Silas Rourke, a 42-year-old operative at the Bureau of Federal Integrity, BFI, life became an endless string of directives and dispatches. His daily uniform was a crisp suit layered beneath a bulletproof vest and a standard-issue respirator mask that itched at his face. He'd spent over a decade tackling threats deemed subversive to national security, from financial sabotage to espionage. Yet no training had ever prepared him for watching entire city blocks fall silent overnight. He walked the corridors of the BFY with practiced composure, scanning the myriad bulletins pinned on corkboards. The walls hummed with fluorescent lights that gave everything a stark, sterile glow. Digital screens listed the latest infection rates, projected mortalities, and newly declared red zones where infections raged unabated. Over the PA system, a recorded female voice repeated the same instructions every half hour. Stay indoors, maintain social distancing. All citizens must comply with the National Stabilization Bureau's guidelines. The National Stabilization Bureau, NSB, led by Director Vance Halcor, had been formed to centralise the government's emergency functions. Some called it necessary response. Others whispered about the creation of an all-powerful agency with little oversight. Halcor himself was a tall, imposing figure who frequently appeared on screens throughout the BFI complex, delivering updates about mandatory daily biometric scans and the development of a new vaccine, Unity Serum. Silas had known Halcor only in passing, enough to catch glimpses of a man driven by unwavering conviction. He recognised in Halcor that sense of unstoppable momentum, as though the security of the entire nation hinged on following his blueprint. Silas tried to set aside his personal misgivings. He was a loyal agent, bound to uphold the Bureau's mission. If the vaccine provided the solution to stop VX-73, so be it. Then one morning, Silas was summoned to a high-clearance briefing. He expected a new assignment along the lines of standard public compliance checks. Instead, He found himself in a cramped conference room, facing a handful of BFI higher-ups who spoke in hushed, clipped tones. The gist was simple. Alleged disinformation campaigns were circulating, claiming that VX-73 was not naturally occurring but lab-engineered. These rumours, the brass said, were fueling panic, turning citizens against the government's measures. Silas's job was to investigate any potential insiders leaking such nonsense. At first, he believed the directive to be legitimate. Disinformation in a crisis could be lethal, prompting civil unrest and undermining official responses. Yet as Silas pored over digital logs and tapped into encrypted chat rooms, he stumbled across an unencrypted file labelled simply Project Paragon, Preliminary. The file wasn't supposed to be on the BFI's server at all. It appeared as though someone with high-level credentials had hidden it behind labyrinthine subdirectories. Intrigued, Silas pried open the document. Inside were sanitized references to VX 73 months prior to the earliest official detection date. The language read, "Field tests planned in controlled sectors. Monitor subject compliance and social response." A chill rippled through Silas. The deeper he delved, the more he found that pointed to a private biotech lab with direct ties to the Department of Defense. Another set of documents discussed funding from major corporate donors, massive pharmaceutical conglomerates that had a vested interest in vaccines, testing kits, and biometric devices. Confusion turned to a subtle dread. If these partial records were real, then the official narrative was incomplete at best, or outright deceptive at worst. Silas secured the files on a flash drive. Over the next few days, he quietly cross-referenced the data, trying to confirm whether Project Paragon existed. He took caution, covering his digital tracks with proxy servers. Even so, he noticed the BFI's internal security channels seemed abuzz with mentions of an internal breach. Fear knotted in his stomach. Someone else was on this trail too. He found short references to a doctor, Liana Suresh, apparently a virologist who once worked at a biotech facility codenamed Cerulean Labs. Her name popped up in correlation with antigen research and compliance metrics. The wording was bizarre. Since when did a vaccine program revolve around compliance? Yet there it was. VX-73 antigen trials show 62% compliance rate. Additional modifications required. The date? Nearly a year before the current outbreak. By the time Silas realised how incriminating his findings were, the hair on his arm stood on end. His imagination conjured scenarios he'd previously deemed paranoid. A virus unleashed intentionally. A vaccine designed not just to inoculate, but to control. He forced himself to remain calm. Conjecture was easy. Proof was everything. So he resolved to gather more. That night he left the BFI building with the flash drive tucked in the lining of his jacket. He tried to banish the creeping sense that eyes were trailing him. Outside, the city's main avenues lay deserted. Army trucks patrolled at intervals. Overhead drones whirred, scanning for curfew violators. Digital billboards displayed a single message across a black background. Unity Serum, your key to tomorrow. From a payphone booth, one of the last still standing, Silas called in a favour from a fellow agent he trusted, someone adept at hacking behind the Bureau's firewall. The friend agreed to help, no questions asked, but Silas could sense tension in his voice. Everyone was on edge, unsure who was truly friend or foe. Silence had become a survival tactic. As he hung up the phone, the city's gloom pressed close, neon lights flickering across shuttered storefronts. In that moment, he wondered if the official explanation, VX-73 as a random mutation, was a purposeful lie from the start. If so, then the so-called Unity Serum might be more than just a vaccine. A wave of dread consumed him. The next steps would determine whether he stayed a loyal operative or became a traitor to the system he'd served for half his life. At the next corner, a spotlight from a drone settled on him, scanning his face. He forced a neutral expression. The device beeped and swivelled away. Good. No red flag. Yet, as Silas ducked into the underground metro, he realised with grim certainty that he had stumbled onto something monstrous. For years he'd believed in the Bureau's cause, trusting that each operation served the greater good. Now he faced the possibility that the greatest threat wasn't the virus itself, but the hidden intent behind it. City by city, the VX-73 infection soared. Once bustling centres of commerce turned into ghost towns, patrolled by uniformed enforcers under orders from the National Stabilisation Bureau. Curfews became absolute. Violators risked detention at newly established health containment camps. The mainstream media hammered a constant drumbeat of fear. The virus was unstoppable unless every citizen complied. For those still resistant, a single solution was presented day and night: Unity Serum. On every channel, Director Vance Halcor appeared in a crisp suit, arms folded behind his back, proclaiming the vaccine's near-miraculous efficacy. Over 90% effective, his report said, a shining beacon of hope. Yet the rollout came with conditions. For public safety, those who refused the jab lost access to banks, public transportation, and official documentation. Within a month, entire swathes of the unvaccinated population found themselves in a twilight zone, forced to scavenge or rely on black market services just to survive. Amid the chaos, Agent Silas Rourke continued his secret investigation. By day, he donned his BFI credentials, working on official compliance enforcement tasks. By night, he devoured every new sliver of intel he could glean from that hush-hush file, Project Paragon. The deeper he went, the more horrifying the puzzle became. Encrypted references hinted at something hidden within the vaccine, a nano-emitter that lodged in the brain's limbic system. One internal document read, "Neurological regulation markers confirm mild sedation of aggression, increased docility, potential for broader cognitive modulation pending further trials." Silas felt physically ill reading these words. Could the government have hijacked a public health crisis to deploy a mind-altering device at scale? He needed answers. Over a secure channel, he messaged the elusive doctor, Liana Suresh, the scientist named in the files. She responded in short, coded texts, reluctant to trust him. Finally, after days of careful back and forth, she agreed to meet at an abandoned warehouse near the old docks. Silas arrived half an hour early, scanning the shadows for signs of a tail. No drones overhead, no suspicious vehicles. He waited under a flickering street lamp, the smell of salt water and rust filling the air. When Liana Suresh emerged, she wore a hooded jacket, her face partly obscured by a mask. Only her eyes were visible, tired, guarded, yet undeniably brilliant. She gave Silas a once-over, keeping a hand near her coat pocket. Possibly she carried a stun gun or pepper spray. Without greeting, she said in a hushed tone, "Why should I believe you're not with them?" Silas replied with the only currency that mattered, truth. He produced the flash drive and recited data from the files, his voice laced with quiet desperation. Liana's expression shifted from suspicion to grim acknowledgement. "I was part of the early design team for VX-73, she confessed. "They told me it was to protect against a future pandemic, some advanced deterrent that would strengthen national security. We manipulated certain genetic markers to ensure the virus targeted specific alveolar receptors, but none of us realized the real plan, to unleash it upon the public." Her words ignited a spark of horror within Silas. He asked about the vaccine's rumoured mind control aspect. Liana hesitated, inhaling a shaky breath. "It's not mind control, at least not in the sense of puppet strings. It's, well, it lowers inhibitions, fosters compliance, makes people more susceptible to suggestions. Over time, it can dull critical thinking. They want a populace too numb to resist." Tremors ran through Silas. Even with his suspicions, hearing it plainly stated felt like a blow to the gut. They spoke in hushed tones for another hour. Liana finally handing him a battered thumb drive containing her original notes, the unredacted version that proved VX-73's artificial origin and the presence of a compliance mechanism in the vaccine. "If they find you with this, you won't get a trial. They'll vanish you," she warned. From the surrounding gloom, a rat scurried across the broken concrete. Silas realised how precarious everything was, the squeaking rodent in the dark, the quiet lapping of the tide behind them, his own racing heartbeat. Danger lurked behind every shadow. Sensing they could stay no longer, the pair parted ways, promising to regroup soon. Back at the BFI, Silas carefully compartmentalised his roles: obedient agent in the daylight, clandestine researcher after hours. Meanwhile, the nation's capital sank deeper into fear-driven militarisation. Propaganda played ceaselessly on loudspeakers. Stay safe, stay indoors, trust the cure. Curfew drones soared over empty streets, shining bright beams to catch anyone outside after sundown. Social media platforms became inundated with pro-government messages, while dissenting posts vanished, labelled as threatening misinformation. Those who complied enjoyed a semblance of normalcy. Restaurants reopened for vaccinated patrons, businesses resumed for employees who presented a scannable immunity pass. Yet they all seemed more subdued, less likely to ask questions about privacy intrusions or the ever-increasing powers of the NSB. It was as though a hush had fallen over society, as if curiosity had been collectively tranquilized. Within government circles, Director Vance Halcor emerged as a national hero. Public polls, at least those broadcast on official channels, showed near universal support for his bold measures. He'd saved millions of lives, the anchors repeated. He'd stabilised the economy. He was proof that unwavering resolve could defeat chaos. Not a single mention of the billions in profits the corporate donors raked in, nor a hint about hidden modifications to the Unity serum. As the days passed, Silas found it harder to hide the turmoil in his gaze. He saw colleagues in the hallway, wearing forced smiles, praising Halcor's leadership. He noticed how many had begun to project a certain eerie calm, like their personal anxieties had evaporated. Could it be the effect of the serum? Silas tested a co-worker with a subtle question. Ever wonder why the lockdown measures ramped up so fast before the outbreak peaked? The man's eyes glazed momentarily, then he simply shrugged. Doesn't matter, O'Rourke. They keep us safe. He returned to his desk, more convinced than ever that Halcor's master plan was in full swing. The virus was the perfect storm to usher in sweeping surveillance and push a mind-numbing serum to the masses. And the BFI was part of it, or at least complicit in bearing the truth. He could keep quiet, or he could do the unthinkable and blow this wide open, risking everything in the process. One evening, Silas found a sealed envelope slipped beneath his apartment door. Inside, a single typed line. "This is bigger than you think. They see all." The bottom edge was marked with an obscure symbol, a circle with a diagonal slash, like a stylized zero. He'd seen it once in a classified file referencing an underground resistance network. If these rebels wanted to contact him, it meant they believed he might be an ally. The tension hammered in his chest. He was dancing on a razor's edge, his loyalty to the Bureau, his conscience the unfolding nightmare. Taking a shaky breath, he powered up his laptop. A series of pings indicated a new assignment in his BFI inbox: track down a subversive known for smuggling contraband medical supplies. Silas realised with a jolt that the suspect's name had been flagged in Dr. Liana Suresh's notes. Another piece connecting the puzzle, and another reason the Bureau might soon brand him a traitor. He closed the laptop. Outside, the city lights glowed, reflecting off dark clouds pregnant with the threat of a new storm. If he hesitated much longer, it might be too late for everyone. The seeds of control had already sprouted, and every day they dug deeper roots into the world. Agent Silas Rourke watched from a distance as the unvaccinated families huddled together in the crumbling outskirts of Old Glendale. The press had labelled it a containment zone, but locals called it a human dumping ground. Living conditions were dire: sporadic power, limited sanitation, and roving squads of Unity enforcers scanning for anyone who might have hidden child or avoided mandatory updates on vaccination status. The air crackled with dread. Days earlier, Silas had steeled himself to reach out to the symbol-bearing group implied by that cryptic envelope. If they were an underground resistance, maybe they could help him get the truth out. He had no illusions about personal safety. Once he exposed the deception behind VX-73 and Unity serum, the entire apparatus of the National Stabilization Bureau would come crashing down on him. But each time he pictured the slumped figures in these zones, cast aside for refusing a forced injection, his resolve hardened. Through a secure channel, he arranged a meeting with a contact who went by the codename Sparrow. The location, an old print shop with boarded-up windows, rumoured to have once published subversive newspapers. Silas made sure to lose any trailing drones or BFI watchers by weaving through side streets. He wore a hooded coat, his respirator mask pulled high to conceal half his face. Inside the print shop, the musty smell of ink and paper still lingered. Boxes of unused flyers leaned against dusty presses. A dim light revealed a short figure in a makeshift black scarf. Sparrow. Their voice was muffled but direct. "You're late." Silas exhaled, nerves crackling. "I had to shake a drone." Sparrow nodded, then led him to a small back room. It was here Silas found half a dozen other figures, all clad in dark, worn clothes. A battered laptop sat on a folding table. A tangle of cables connected it to a generator. One by one, they introduced themselves with code names: Rook, Nightshade, Sahara, a clandestine cell of journalists, medics, and rogue programmers dedicated to fighting the government's stranglehold. "I have proof," Silas said, placing Dr. Liana Suresh's files on the table. "The virus was engineered, and the vaccine is rigged to manipulate behaviour." Silence fell over the group. The gravity of his statement hung in the stale air. Finally Sparrow spoke. "We've suspected as much. Over the past month we've been collecting testimonies, people complaining of unusual mental fog, the inability to feel strong emotions after receiving the serum. We even have ex-military sources who claim the NSB is funneling billions into a new wave of surveillance tech, but we needed a smoking gun. This might be it." Each set of eyes fixated on Silas. He handed them a flash drive, explaining how it contained Liana's unaltered research logs plus the Project Paragon blueprint. The group quickly scanned the data, verifying its authenticity. The sense of tension and excitement in the room was palpable. "We'll need to broadcast this globally," said Rook, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses. "Not just post." Tension rises as strange warnings appear. Suspicious accidents claim the lives of those close to him, and the unstoppable juggernaut of a conspiracy that crosses generations threatens to silence him forever. In the 5 parts that follow, we'll dive into Dr. Reeves' step-by-step investigation, from the first glimpses of abnormal structural damage on the Titanic's hull to the frantic final hours, where he attempts to broadcast the truth before shadowy agents can destroy both him and the evidence. If you're ready to uncover a hidden piece of maritime history, at least in this fictional reimagining, read on and let the swirl of ocean currents and midnight conspiracies guide you deeper into the hush of night. Please, make yourself comfortable. Allow your mind to wander into the possibilities that maybe, just maybe, everything we've been told about that fateful April night is not the whole story. And remember, in times of darkness, knowledge can be as blinding as a flare, or as comforting as a dim lantern. May you find the perfect balance tonight as we embark on this mysterious tale. The frigid waters of the North Atlantic loomed above Dr. Nolan Reeve like an endless dark plain, and beneath them, almost 2.5 miles down, lay the shattered remains of what was once the grandest ship afloat, RMS Titanic. The year was present day, and Reeve found himself aboard the research vessel Aegis, leading a deep-sea expedition to study microbial decay on century-old wrecks. It was all in the name of science, or so he believed. The Aegis was no luxurious craft, but it boasted a sturdy submersible named Deep Seeker that could navigate the tremendous pressure at such depths. Reeves' focus was to gather data on the rusticles, those icicle-like formations of iron-oxidizing bacteria slowly consuming the Titanic's hull. Alongside him was a small crew of marine scientists, including Isla Grant, a skilled submersible pilot and camera operator with a knack for zeroing in on small details. The funding for this expedition came from a wealthy institute run by Andrew Calder, a rather enigmatic financier who seldom gave interviews but had a keen interest in the maritime heritage. As the Aegis hovered in the general area, Reeve and Grant prepared for their first descent. Their mission's outward goals were straightforward: collect microbe samples from various compartments, photograph structural integrity, and produce a documentary charting the wreck's gradual dissolution. But Reeve felt an odd stirring in the back of his mind. Something about Calder's deep pockets and the near-obsessive interest he showed in the Titanic unsettled him. Calder insisted on daily updates, demanded high-resolution close-ups of specific hull sections, as though searching for something more than just rust. On a crisp morning, the submersible deck rumbled with mechanical clanks as Deep Seeker was lowered into the ocean. Reeve and Grant strapped into the tiny sphere that formed the sub's cockpit, oxygen humming through portable lines. Once submerged, the watery gloom swallowed them. Dials glowed green, and the hull's thick glass offered a restricted but haunting view. Grant navigated them slowly downward, the hull lights cutting a pale cone through dark water. After about 2 hours of descent, the sub's external beams finally caught sight of the Titanic's bow. Even after a century submerged, the shape was unmistakable. The ghostly hulk loomed from the gloom, broken in half, the once proud prow half buried in silt. Reeve felt his heart clench with awe and sorrow. It was a tomb and a monument, a silent testament to a night that changed history. They inched along the starboard side. Coral, fish, and anemones colonized the iron plating. Grant guided the sub's manipulator arm to gather small fragments of rusticles. Reeve carefully stored them in sample tubes. They progressed deeper, filming rooms that once bustled with first-class passengers and cherubs and grand staircases, now lying collapsed or entombed in sediment. These swirling detritus gave everything a dreamlike haze. Midway through the session, while scanning the lower hull near the stern, Grant noticed something peculiar on her camera feed. A portion of the metal showed not smooth tearing or typical impact damage, but an odd concavity ringed with a faint scorch pattern. Reeve pressed in for a closer view. The plating there was bent outward, as though from an internal explosion. This was bizarre. The official record insisted the Titanic's damage came from an external tear by an iceberg. If that was so, why did this metal appear warped from the inside out? Reeve's heartbeat quickened. He asked Grant to pivot the sub's lights for better clarity. Sure enough, the contortion pattern strongly suggested that some internal force had bulged the hull outward. The jagged edges showed hints of blackening, a dark residue that might be scorched metal. Reeve snapped multiple high-resolution stills. This flew in the face of the standard iceberg collision damage narrative. He radioed the Aegis with mild excitement, describing a strange hull anomaly. The ship's comm operator acknowledged him, but in a clipped tone, urging them to stick to the planned route. Reeve found that suspicious. Usually the team back on deck was enthralled by discoveries. Why dismiss this so quickly? Pushing further, Reeve and Grant discovered more irregularities. Sealed cargo compartments not listed in the ship's known manifests. Metal beams that looked warped in ways you wouldn't expect from an iceberg tear. Then they saw something even more bizarre. A small chunk of what seemed like embedded steel that didn't match the rest of Titanic's composition. Could it be a fragment from a device or an outside structure? They collected a sample with the sub's manipulator arm. As their time slot undersea neared its end, Reeves' mind whirled with questions. When they returned to the surface, Calder was on the deck to greet them, a faint smile on his lips. "Any interesting finds?" he asked casually. Reeve hesitated, glancing at Grant. "We saw some unexpected hull damage patterns. Might deviate from the standard historical account." Calder's expression flickered, then resumed neutrality. "I see," he said softly. "Well, keep me informed of any further anomalies." Then he pivoted away, leaving Reeve unsettled by his reaction. That evening Reeve spent hours reviewing the footage. The scorch marks, the outward bent steel. It pointed to an internal explosion or sabotage. But how? This was the Titanic, the world's biggest ship at the time, lost in 1912 to an iceberg. The official narrative had been accepted for over a century. No major historian ever seriously advanced a sabotage theory. He found it all improbable. But then, so was the photographic evidence in front of him. Isla joined him in the ship's small lab. She too looked uneasy. If the Titanic was scuttled or bombed from within, that means... what? Some grand conspiracy. She paused, leaning over the images. That's nearly unimaginable, and yet these images speak for themselves. Reeve nodded, chewing his lip. "We need more context. Old shipping logs, survivor accounts, something that might confirm the possibility." He emailed a few colleagues, maritime historians, archive specialists, seeking discreet help. Unbeknownst to Reeve, others had their eyes on the expedition's data. Hours later, while the crew slept, a silent figure wearing a staff uniform accessed the main lab console, scanning the raw footage, then left behind a small device that quietly started encrypting all data. By morning, Reeve discovered that his recordings had been locked, needing a passcode. A glitch? Possibly, but it felt too coincidental. In the next days, Reeve would realise he'd stirred a hornet's nest with that single discovery. The evidence of sabotage on the Titanic's wreck threatened to unravel a century-old deception, and those who guarded that secret were not about to let one curious marine biologist rewrite history. In the cramped lab aboard the Aegis, Dr. Nolan Reeve wrestled with the encrypted files. Every time he tried to open them, an error message demanded an unknown passcode. He suspected sabotage, but who would want to bury the data? The expedition's sponsor, Andrew Calder, insisted it must be a technical glitch, urging Reeve to keep the incident quiet and rely on fresh recordings. But Reeve felt the tension in Calder's voice. It was too pointed, too insistent. Frustrated, Reeve and Isla Grant turned to the partial images and notes they'd saved offline. A few snapshots still remained on Isla's personal camera, showing that suspicious scorch pattern on the Titanic's hull. Reeve cross-referenced the Titanic's original construction blueprints, which the Historical Society had in their public archive. That region of the hull was never intended to have anything more than standard plating. No known modifications or cargo compartments were recorded in that area. So how did an explosion or something akin to it mar the interior? Seeking clarity, Reeve reached out to maritime historians he knew back on the mainland. One responded quickly, an old friend named Francis Hobbs, who specialised in transatlantic liner accidents. Hobbs expressed utter shock at the hull damage suggestion. No major source ever mentioned burn marks or outward bent steel. The entire official inquiry pinned it on an iceberg gash. Reeve pressed further, mentioning the possibility that the Titanic's sister ship, the Olympic, had sustained damage weeks prior to Titanic's maiden voyage. Some fringe conspiracy circles argued the White Star Line might have swapped ships to salvage insurance money. But that didn't fully explain sabotage or bombs. As the days went on, Reeve discovered more digital meddling. A chunk of audio data from the sub's recordings vanished. The expedition's official logs were being updated to downplay the hull anomalies as corrosion patterns. Meanwhile, Calder announced an abrupt shift in the research plan. They were to focus on the ship's upper decks, ignoring the stern or deeper compartments. Reeve confronted Calder in the corridor, voice tight with anger. "We came for a thorough study of microbial decay, remember? We're not done with the lower hull." Calder just patted Reeves' shoulder. "This expedition is under my sponsorship, Doctor. We have all we need. Let's not waste resources on rabbit holes." Suspicion soared. Yella quietly confided in Reeve that she'd seen an unknown staffer rummaging through the lab's computers late at night. Something bigger was at play. They hatched a plan. On the next dive, they'd pretend to follow orders but actually gather clandestine footage of the suspicious hull region again, storing it on a separate device. They hoped to smuggle that out. The next day, they executed the plan. Isla took an alternate camera hidden in the sub's toolkit, capturing fresh angles of the scorch marks. But near the end of the dive, the sub's thrusters failed, plunging them into darkness momentarily. A near-fatal scenario if Isla's backup system hadn't restarted the motors. The official post-dive report pegged it as a mechanical glitch, but Reeve and Isla suspected sabotage, an attempt to end them mid-ocean. Back on the surface, they realised they needed more historical context. They discovered, from old survivor memoirs, mention of loud booms below deck some hours before the iceberg collision. In official statements, these were dismissed as boiler explosions due to flooding. Another survivor wrote that wealthy industrialist John Astor had confided to a friend about shadowy deals for or against a central banking system. Then one cryptic line from a steward's note surfaced. "We were told not to speak of the cargo in hold number 3, told it was hush-hush for the men with suits." Reeves' blood chilled. It sounded like sensitive cargo beyond just mail or supplies. The more Reeve read, the more an unsettling pattern emerged. Certain powerful men who opposed the formation of a global central banking authority died on the Titanic. Surviving members who wanted that bank system ironically missed the voyage last minute. Could the sinking have been orchestrated to remove key opposition? Reeves' logic reeled. It was wild, reminiscent of conspiratorial talk. Yet the sabotage evidence from the wreck gave these claims unexpected weight. Meanwhile, the expedition approached an official end date. Calder seemed eager to wrap up. The mood on the Aegis turned tense, with some staff openly complaining about weird instructions from Calder's office. Reeve realised that once they returned to shore, Calder might quietly seize all official findings, labelling anything about sabotage as a hoax. Reeve confided in Isla that they needed to break free from Calder's control. "We have to publish or release these anomalies ourselves," he insisted. She agreed, though fear glimmered in her eyes. "But they're watching everything we do." Days before the final docking, an unnerving event confirmed their fears. One of Reeves' close colleagues, a diver who had glimpsed the scorch marks as well, died in a suspicious boat explosion near the Aegis. The official statement labelled it a tragic fuel accident, but Reeves saw no sense in the story. The diver had been careful, not the type to mishandle fuel lines. The message was clear: keep your mouth shut or pay the price. Now Reeve recognised the bigger threat. Some covert group, possibly with Calder's backing or beyond him, was determined to bury any mention of sabotage. Perhaps a direct lineage of those old bankers or industrialists from 1912 still wielded enough influence to ensure the Titanic's alternative story remained hidden. The fear in Reeves' gut was overshadowed by moral resolve. People deserved the truth. The tragedy that claimed 1/500 lives might have been a coldly calculated mass murder. Nights turned sleepless. Reeve hammered out a partial draft of his revelation, an academic paper explaining the structural anomalies, listing historical coincidences, and linking them to potential sabotage. He also prepared a short documentary with images and voiceover, planning to upload it online the moment they were near stable internet. Isla assisted, editing in hush hours. They stored backups on hidden flash drives, but unbeknownst to them, an unknown figure in the staff was already alerting superiors about their secret activities. The black-suited watchers who answered to a shadowy black archive were preparing a final move. Reeve received a cryptic email from an unnamed address. "Stop, we see you. Let the Titanic rest, or you'll join its fate in deep silence." Sickness clenched Reeve's stomach. This was no empty threat, but he pressed on, determined. The Titanic's dead deserved no less than the truth. As the expedition's final day dawned, the Aegis began returning to port. Calder circled the decks, ensuring all official data was locked. Reeve and Isla, with their clandestine files, awaited the perfect moment to slip away or go public. Tension crackled through the sea air. Both felt that soon the conspirators would strike. Reeve thought of the thousands who died that night in 1912, possibly sacrificed for a hidden agenda. He vowed not to let them remain pawns in some century-old cover-up. He could only hope that in the hours ahead he'd find a way to broadcast the shocking truth before the Watchers enforced their deep silence, just as they had, apparently, for the diver who died, and for countless others who might have glimpsed the Titanic's real story over the decades. On the morning the Aegis neared the harbour, Dr. Nolan Reeve stood on the stern deck, scanning the shoreline for any sign of abnormal presence. The coastal city's skyline shimmered under the rising sun. People going about their daily routine had no idea that a conspiracy over 100 years old was about to surface. If Reeve and Isla Grant could manage to reveal it. The tension inside Reeve coiled tighter with each minute. The Watchers might be waiting at port, planning to intercept him or destroy the evidence. At breakfast, Andrew Calder made an announcement. Once they docked, all expedition materials, logs, footage, collected data, were to be handed over to the sponsoring institute for analysis and archiving. He claimed it was standard procedure, but Reeve caught the triumphant glint in Calder's eyes. This was clearly the final step in burying the sabotage findings. Reeve pretended compliance, casually finishing his toast while his pulse hammered. Isla, seated nearby, gave him a subtle nod. They understood each other. They had to act quickly. Below decks, Reeve and Isla retrieved their hidden flash drives from a safe compartment in the sub's tool storage. On these drives lay the photographic proof of the Titanic's hull damage, the partial interviews with experts who had uncovered old shipping conspiracies, plus the half-finished documentary. They sealed them inside a watertight case small enough to slip into Isla's personal bag. Their plan was to slip away from the Aegis the moment they landed, find an off-site location with stable internet, and upload everything. They also had a contact in the press, a freelance investigative journalist who had expressed interest in unconventional Titanic revelations. If they could get in touch, the journalist could go public with the story, but their Watchers were a step ahead. As the Aegis came into port, Reeve noticed a black SUV parked near the dock, 2 men in suits standing by. They exuded the same menacing aura as the staffer who had prowled the lab at night. Reeve recognised their type, ex-intelligence or corporate security, probably the Black Archive or some affiliate. If Reeve and Isla marched out the front gangplank, they'd be easy prey. Thinking fast, Reeve told Isla, "We can't disembark with everyone else. We need a back route." She recalled there was a smaller cargo ramp on the starboard side used for unloading sub-equipment. If the Watchers were fixated on the main exit, maybe they could slip out unnoticed. They bided their time until docking was complete, the bustle of the harbour overshadowing the usual procedures. Then, with anxious hearts, they made their move. Slipping on plain jackets and carrying minimal gear, they snuck to the starboard cargo area. The usual guard was absent, likely assisting with the main disembark. They lowered a small ramp onto the dock. Heart-pounding, they hurried down. Reeve's eyes darted to the black SUV. The suited men were still scanning the main exit. Good. They made it halfway across the dock when a shout broke out behind them. "Hey, stop! Stop!" Another staffer from the Aegis, wearing an earpiece, sprinted forward. Reeve and Isla broke into a run, weaving among crates and dock workers. Over their shoulders they saw the black suits rush into action. The Watchers realised their target was escaping. Isla pointed to a cluster of cabs by the gates. "We can get one of those," she gasped. But as they neared, they found a man stepping from a second black SUV to block the path. The Watchers were closing in from both sides. In a desperate manoeuvre, Reeve dashed behind a forklift. The driver, startled, nearly dropped his cargo. Isla jumped aboard, urging the forklift driver to swing around. The watchers hesitated, not wanting to cause a scene with bystanders. The forklift jerked forward, awkwardly separating them from at least 2 pursuers. Reeve spotted a side alley leading away from the harbour. "That way!" he yelled. They tumbled off the forklift and sprinted into the alley, footsteps echoing on wet concrete. The watchers gave chase. Adrenaline pounded in Reeve's veins. He clutched the bag containing the flash drives, desperate not to lose it. They twisted down side streets in a labyrinth near the harbour's industrial zone, the watchers cursing behind them. Once they found a small metal door leading into an old warehouse. They slipped inside, the watchers' footfalls receding briefly. In the dim interior, crates of fish meal or old maritime supplies reeked of stale salt. Isla quickly typed a text on her phone to the journalist contact. "Need immediate pickup. Coordinates near old warehouse. Being chased." She pressed send, praying the signal went through. They heard footsteps outside, no time to hide further. Moments later, the watchers kicked in the door. A short scuffle ensued. Isla brandished a wrench from a table, swinging it as a deterrent. Reeve ducked behind a crate, but one watcher advanced, gun drawn and muzzle fixed on Reeve. "Drop the bag," the watcher growled. Reeve's mind whirled. If they took the evidence, everything was lost. Then headlights sliced through a window. A van screeched up, brake lights glowing. Another door was forced open from the building's backside. The journalist contact, a wiry man named Carl Dawson, burst in, brandishing a camera flash that momentarily blinded the watchers. In that flash, Reeve and Isla dove behind crates. Shots rang out, hitting metal and wood. Carl roared, "This way!" They fled through the hole in the back wall. The watchers tried to close in, but the trio scrambled into Carl's van. Tyres squealed as the van sped off. Another bullet shattered the rear. Some say it's based on classified information that was never meant to reach public ears. Tonight we explore the darkest corners of government experimentation and the thin membrane between dimensions. Daniel Cross bolted upright in his bed, sweat-drenched sheets twisted around his legs like restraints. The dream had returned, more vivid this time. Underground tunnels bathed in pulsing blue light, the cold metal chair, the leather straps on his wrists, and the voices, always the voices, echoing through concrete chambers. Subject 17 demonstrates exceptional receptivity, increased neural amplitude by 30%. His bedroom television flickered with static, though he was certain he'd turned it off before going to sleep. From within the dancing grey pixels came a familiar hum, a sequence of tones just below normal hearing threshold. Something about it pulled at the corners of his mind, like fingers trying to pry open a locked door. Daniel stumbled out of bed and approached the screen, mesmerised. Within the chaos of white noise, patterns emerged, geometric formations that shouldn't exist in random static. His reflection in the screen looked foreign, almost like another person watching him from behind the glass. "Delta Protocol 17, he whispered, the words rising unbidden from some hidden chamber of memory. "Initiate phase bend." The static intensified, the hum growing to an electric whine that made his fillings ache. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the television went black. Daniel stood there, trembling in the dark, wondering why tears were streaming down his face. In the morning, he convinced himself it had been nothing but a particularly vivid nightmare. But as he brushed his teeth, he noticed something unsettling in the bathroom mirror. A small red mark behind his ear, perfectly circular, like a healed puncture wound. He had no memory of receiving it. As the days passed, the dreams intensified. Always the same elements. The underground facility, scientists in lab coats, the chair with its cruel restraints, and tests. Endless tests designed to push the boundaries of his mind. In each dream he was younger, perhaps 11 or 12 years old. But the strangest part was the location that kept appearing in the background of these fractured memories. A distinctive radar tower rising against a darkening sky. When not at work coding security algorithms for a defence contractor, Daniel found himself obsessively drawing the tower, trying to place where he might have seen it before. His apartment walls became covered with sketches, the tower from different angles, the curved coastline it overlooked, strange symbols that his hand seemed to produce without conscious direction. His colleague Martin noticed the change in him first. "You look like hell, Dan," he said over lunch one day. "Not sleeping?" Daniel hesitated. "Just some weird dreams." "About what?" "I don't know. Some kind of facility. Tests. A radar tower by the ocean." Martin's plastic fork paused halfway to his mouth. "What kind of tower?" "An FPS-35. Cold War era. Massive thing with a distinctive cowling." Daniel blinked, surprised at his own precise knowledge. Martin set down his fork. "That's oddly specific for a dream." "I know, and there's something else." Daniel lowered his voice. "Sometimes when there's static on the TV I hear something, like a signal." "What does it say?" "It doesn't speak. It's more like a beacon, calling me somewhere." Martin studied him for a long moment. "You ever heard of Camp Hero? Out in Montauk?" The name sent an electric shiver down Daniel's spine. His coffee cup slipped from suddenly numb fingers, shattering on the floor. "Jesus, you okay?" Martin asked, jumping back from the spreading puddle. "I need to go there," Daniel whispered, staring at nothing. Montauk. The drive to Long Island took 4 hours, but to Daniel it felt like returning from an exile that had lasted decades. As he crossed into the township of Montauk, a pressure began building behind his eyes. Not quite pain, but an insistent awareness, like the sensation before a sneeze that never comes. The roads grew narrower, pine forests pressing in on both sides. His GPS lost signal twice, but Daniel found he didn't need it. His hands seemed to know which turns to take, guiding the car along increasingly remote routes until the trees gave way to scrubland, and beyond that, the Atlantic stretched to the horizon. And there it stood, exactly as he'd drawn it 100 times, the massive radar tower of Camp Hero, its distinctive silhouette rising against the pale blue sky. The abandoned Air Force Base sprawled beneath it, a collection of bunker-like buildings and concrete structures designed to withstand Soviet bombs that never fell. According to the weathered sign at the entrance, Camp Hero was now a state park, its military function long obsolete. But something about the perimeter fence looked too new, the security cameras too well maintained for a simple historic site. Daniel parked in the nearly empty lot and approached the visitor centre, a converted military building with peeling green paint. Inside, a bored park ranger glanced up from her crossword puzzle. "Closing in an hour," she said without preamble. "I was wondering what you could tell me about the history of this place," Daniel asked, trying to keep his voice casual despite the hammering of his heart. "Standard Cold War radar station, decommissioned in the early 70s. She pushed a pamphlet across the counter. "Self-guided tour maps there. Stick to the marked trails." "What about the underground sections?" The ranger's crossword pencil stopped mid-letter. Her eyes flicked up to study him more carefully. "There aren't any underground sections open to the public, but they exist. Look, mister, this is just an old radar station, if you're one of those conspiracy nuts." "I've been here before," Daniel interrupted, surprising himself. "When I was a child." "Not possible. This place was sealed military property until 92. Daniel leaned forward. "What about the Montauk project?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop. The ranger's face hardened as she set down her pencil and reached for the phone. "Park's closing early today. You need to leave." "I just have a few questions." "Now," she said, her finger hovering over the keypad. "Or I call security." Daniel retreated to his car, the pamphlet clutched in his hand. As he pulled out of the parking lot, he noticed a black SUV with government plates turning in. The man in the passenger seat photographed his license plate as they passed. Instead of leaving, Daniel drove to the public beach adjacent to the former base. From there, he followed a trail that hugged the dramatic bluffs overlooking the Atlantic. The radar tower remained visible above the tree line, seeming to watch him as he walked. When he reached a chain-link fence marking the base's boundary, Daniel felt a strange duality, his conscious mind seeing it for the first time, while something deeper recognised every rust spot and bent link. He knew, without understanding how, that 20 yards to the left, the fence had been repaired where someone had once cut through it. Sure enough, when he checked, there was a section of newer fencing exactly where he'd expected. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, Daniel found a secluded spot where the bluff had partially collapsed, creating a natural path down to a narrow strip of beach. The base's concrete seawall extended here, covered in graffiti and eroded by decades of salt spray. He ran his hand along the rough surface until his fingers caught on something, a small recess containing what appeared to be a rusted electrical box. Without hesitation, Daniel entered a sequence of numbers, 8-1-3-5. Nothing happened. He tried again with 8315, and then finally 8153. A deep mechanical groan emanated from within the wall. A section of concrete, expertly disguised as part of the seawall, shifted inward by several inches. Daniel pushed, and it swung open on hidden hinges to reveal a dark passage leading into the earth. The smell that wafted out was a complex mixture of mildew, ozone, and something chemical that triggered an intense wave of déjà vu. Daniel switched on his phone's flashlight and stepped inside. The passage sloped downward, concrete walls giving way to rough-hewn stone that glistened with moisture. Daniel moved cautiously, guided more by buried memory than by sight. After about 50 yards, the tunnel opened into a larger space, what appeared to be an abandoned maintenance room filled with rusted equipment and collapsed shelving. But Daniel knew this wasn't its original purpose. He directed his light toward the far wall, where a heavy metal door hung partially ajar. Beyond it lay darkness so absolute it seemed to swallow his flashlight beam. As he approached the threshold, a wave of dizziness overcame him. Fractured images flashed through his mind. Children in hospital gowns, scientists with clipboards, a massive chair surrounded by electronic equipment, and always, the tests. Focus on the light, Daniel. Tell us what you see through the gateway. His phone slipped from suddenly nerveless fingers, clattering to the floor as Daniel collapsed. The last thing he saw before consciousness fled was a symbol scratched into the metal door, a triangle intersecting with a perfect circle. When he awoke, Daniel was lying on the beach, waves lapping at his feet. The sun had set, and stars glittered in the darkening sky. His clothes were soaked with seawater, though he had no memory of entering the ocean. His phone was gone. And most disturbing of all, the entrance in the seawall had vanished, not just closed, but seemingly never there at all. Daniel stumbled to his feet, disoriented. His watch showed it was just past 9 p.m, but the date displayed was wrong. According to his watch, he had lost nearly 3 days. The drive back to his apartment in Connecticut was a blur, a dream-like passage through darkness punctuated by the hypnotic sweep of headlights. Daniel's mind churned with fragments of memory that couldn't possibly be his, yet felt more authentic than his recollections of college or his first job. He remembered the chair, the Montauk chair they'd called it, a monstrous assemblage of technology salvaged from alien craft and enhanced with Tesla-inspired circuitry. He remembered the sensation when they activated it with him strapped inside, like his consciousness was being pulled through the top of his skull and stretched across dimensions. And he remembered what they made him do with it. Back in his apartment, Daniel paced until dawn, scribbling everything he could recall into a notebook. Names surfaced: Doctor, Marcus Bennett, the project lead with cold blue eyes, Cameron Hayes, the military liaison who always smelled of cigarettes and cheap cologne, and Preston Nichols, the reluctant technician who sometimes snuck the children candy bars when the others weren't looking. Preston Nichols. The name felt important. When morning came, Daniel called in sick to work and drove to the nearest public library. The librarian gave him an odd look when he asked if they had anything on the Montauk Project, but directed him to their small collection of conspiracy literature. There, sandwiched between books on Roswell and MK Ultra, was a worn paperback. The Montauk Project, Experiments in Time, by Preston B. Nichols and Peter Moon. Daniel's hands trembled as he flipped through pages describing exactly what he'd been remembering. The secret installation at Camp Hero, the psychic experiments, the Montauk chair, even the alleged success in manipulating the fabric of time and space. According to Nichols, the Montauk Project was the continuation of the Philadelphia experiment, another rumoured government program that supposedly made a naval destroyer, the USS Eldridge, temporarily invisible and teleported it from Philadelphia to Norfolk, Virginia in 1943. The book claimed the Montauk Project had been shuttered after an incident in 1983 when a monstrous manifestation, dubbed the Beast, had been psychically pulled through a dimensional gateway. The creature had wreaked havoc before the power was cut and the project abandoned. But Daniel knew this wasn't entirely true. The project hadn't ended. It had evolved. The techniques refined at Montes had been incorporated into other programs, dispersed across multiple sites to ensure no single failure could expose the entire operation. Back at his apartment, Daniel found himself standing before his closet, staring at a locked metal box on the top shelf. He had no memory of putting it there, yet he knew exactly what it contained. The key was taped underneath his dresser, precisely where some part of him expected it to be. Inside the box was a US Bank safety deposit key. The following morning, Daniel presented himself at First National Bank in downtown Hartford. He provided the key along with his ID, and the manager escorted him to the vault. When they were alone with the metal drawer extracted from the wall, Daniel opened it with a sense of inevitability. Inside lay a manila envelope, sealed with red security tape bearing federal classifications he shouldn't have had access to. He broke the seal and emptied the contents onto the small table. Photographs spilled out, black and white images of children in a sterile facility. In several, Daniel recognised his younger self, perhaps 10 years old, wired to various machines. In one particularly disturbing image, he sat in a massive chair surrounded by Tesla coils and computer banks, his small form almost swallowed by the ominous apparatus. There were documents too, partial research notes, diagrams of the Montauk chair annotated with equations that made his eyes hurt to look at, and a map of Camp Hero with underground sections marked in red. At the bottom of the pile lay a compact disc in a paper sleeve, unmarked except for a date. August 12th, 1983, the day of the alleged Beast incident. Most chilling of all was a typed list of names under the heading Project Subjects Delta Group. His own name appeared with a designation that turned his blood cold. Subject 17, Primary Gate Opener. That night, with shaking hands, Daniel loaded the disc into his laptop. After whirring for several seconds, the screen displayed a single video file. The footage was grainy, security camera quality. It showed a concrete room dominated by the chair he'd been drawing obsessively. A boy, himself, was strapped into it, electrodes attached to his temples. Men in lab coats monitored equipment while military personnel stood guard at the doors. A voice off camera counted down. Initiating Delta Protocol in 3, 2, 1. The lights in the facility dimmed as power surged to the chair. Young Daniel's body went rigid, his back arching impossibly as his eyes rolled back. Equipment sparked and smoked. Several technicians backed away nervously. Then, at the centre of the room, the air itself seemed to tear open. A writhing black void that pulsed like a living thing. From within that impossible darkness, something began to emerge. The camera feed distorted violently, static washing across the screen. When the image stabilised, chaos had erupted. People were screaming, running. Blood spattered one of the walls. And at the edge of the frame, partially obscured, was a glimpse of something that couldn't exist in our reality. A mass of shifting geometries and impossible angles that hurt to look at. The final clear image before the video cut to static. Young Daniel staring directly into the camera. Blood streaming from his nose and ears. Mouth moving to form words that seemed addressed to his future self. You have to shut it down before it opens again. Daniel ejected the disc with numb fingers, his mind reeling. Not just from what he'd seen, but from what was happening inside his head. Memories crystallizing, filling in gaps he hadn't known existed. He remembered now. All of it. The next day he called the only person who might understand. The number was etched in his memory, though he couldn't recall ever learning it. "Hello?" The voice that answered was aged, cautious. "Is this Preston Nichols?" A long pause. "Who's asking?" "My name is Daniel Cross. I was subject 17 at Montauk." The silence that followed lasted so long that Daniel thought the connection had been lost. Finally the old man spoke, his voice a haunted whisper. "God help you, boy. They're still watching. I need answers. Not over the phone. They're always listening." Another pause. "The lighthouse. Tomorrow. Noon." The line went dead. Daniel arrived at the Montauk Point Lighthouse an hour early. Parking his rental car, he'd abandoned his own vehicle, suddenly paranoid about tracking devices, in the tourist lot. The historic lighthouse stood tall against a sky heavy with approaching storm clouds, its red and white stripes a cheerful contrast to the grim purpose of his visit. He spotted Nichols immediately, a heavy-set older man in a worn fisherman's jacket sitting alone on a bench overlooking the Atlantic. As Daniel approached, Nichols didn't turn but spoke as if continuing a conversation already in progress. "They told us we were serving our country," he said, eyes fixed on the churning waves below. "Advancing human potential. Opening frontiers. What a load of horse shit." Daniel sat beside him. "You were there. You helped them. And I've spent 40 years trying to make up for it." Nichols finally turned to look at him, his weathered face a map of regret. "Jesus. You grew up. Last time I saw you, you were just a skinny kid with too much power in your head. What did they do to me?" Nichols sighed, reaching into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes. His hands trembled slightly as he lit one. "You were special, even among the sensitives. Most of the children could receive impressions, maybe move small objects, but you could create doorways. Doorways to where? That was the question, wasn't it? At first, they were just focused on remote viewing, psychically observing distant locations. Then they realised some of you kids could not just see, but reach. And you, Daniel, you could open gates that others could step through." The old man took a long drag from his cigarette. "They started small, different rooms in the facility, then different points in time. Just minutes at first, then hours, then years. By 82, they had you opening doorways to other places entirely." "The beast," Daniel said quietly. Nichols' face went ashen. "You remember?" "I found a recording." "Then you know what happened. What came through wasn't from another place on Earth, not even from another time. It was from somewhere else, somewhere that operates under different physical laws." Nichols stubbed out his cigarette with more force than necessary. "We lost 16 people that day before they cut the power. And the thing, it didn't die. It just folded back into dimensions we can't perceive." Daniel's head throbbed with half-formed memories. "They shut it down after that." "Officially, yes. The Montauk project was terminated, the facility sealed. But you know better, don't you?" Nichols fixed him with a penetrating stare. "They just went deeper underground, compartmentalized. The work continued." "But I don't remember anything after that day. I have a whole life. School, college, my job. Artificial memories, very sophisticated. The best MK Ultra techniques combined with targeted chemical therapy. They built you a new identity, brick by brick. Nichols glanced around nervously. The question is, why are you remembering now? The programming doesn't just break down on its own. Before Daniel could respond, his vision split, like a double exposure photograph. Overlaid on the present scene was another image, the same lighthouse, but under clear blue skies, with Nichols wearing different clothes. Happening again, Nichols was saying, his voice echoing strangely as the two realities flickered and merged. The temporal distortions are getting worse. Daniel gripped the bench, nauseated by the visual discord. What's happening to me? Time is bleeding through. Your connection to the Montauk chair never fully severed. It just went dormant. Nichols leaned closer, his face shifting subtly between older and younger versions of himself. Listen carefully. There's an access point they never sealed. Bunker 14 near the old power station. The equipment is still there. You need to... The world around them rippled like disturbed water. A crushing pressure built inside Daniel's skull as reality itself seemed to stutter. When it stabilized, Nichols was gone. In his place sat a teenage boy with a familiar face. Nichols, 50 years younger, wearing a Camp Hero security badge. Find the failsafe before it's too late, the boy continued in Nichols' elderly voice, seemingly unaware of his transformed state. They're trying to recreate the conditions from 83, but they don't understand the danger. The membrane between worlds is thinner now, weakened by the original experiments. The young Nichols flickered and was replaced by the old man again. He clutched Daniel's arm with surprising strength. Go back to Camp Hero, find Bunker 14, destroy the chair before they can use it again. Another wave of temporal distortion washed. Hello there, fellow truth-seekers and insomniacs. Before we dive into tonight's tale, I want to know, how was your day? What time is it where you're listening from? Are you tucked away in a cosy bedroom in Ohio, walking the late-night streets of London, or perhaps watching the sunrise from your apartment in Tokyo? Wherever you are in this interconnected world of ours, I'm glad you're here. And hey, if you're enjoying these deep dives into the shadows of our reality, don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories. We're building a community of people who aren't afraid to ask the hard questions. Now, let's begin. My name is Julian Stone, and I used to believe I was making the world a better place. For 12 years, I worked as a senior policy analyst at the Arcus Foundation, one of those shadowy think tanks that most people have never heard of, but whose fingerprints are on every major global initiative of the past 3 decades. We had offices in Geneva, New York and Brussels, gleaming towers of glass and steel, where brilliant minds gathered to solve humanity's greatest challenges. Or so I thought. The Arcus Foundation's mission statement was poetry and corporate speak, advancing global harmony through unified policy frameworks and sustainable governance solutions. We consulted with the UN on climate initiatives, advised the IMF on economic stability measures, and provided research support to the World Economic Forum's annual gatherings in Davos. I felt like I was part of something important, something that mattered. I specialised in demographic transition models, studying how populations respond to policy changes, economic pressures, and social interventions. My reports influenced food distribution programs in sub-Saharan Africa, urban planning initiatives in Southeast Asia, and immigration policies across the European Union. The work was intellectually stimulating, well compensated, and came with the satisfaction of knowing that my analysis was helping shape a more equitable world. That was before March 15th database. The intrusion was blocked, but it triggered an automatic review protocol. Legal wants everything above classification level 7 to be personally verified by senior staff. Elena handed me a secure tablet loaded with administrative credentials. Start with the Governance Innovation Archive. That's where our most sensitive collaborative research is stored. The Governance Innovation Archive. I'd heard references to it in high-level meetings, but had never had clearance to access it directly. My excitement at finally getting a peek behind the curtain was tempered by the tedious nature of the task ahead. Archive reviews were notoriously time-consuming. Thousands of documents to be sorted, verified and reclassified. I spent the morning working through routine policy papers, demographic studies and economic forecasting models. Most of it was familiar territory, research I'd either contributed to or referenced in my own work. The sun traced its arc across the sky as I methodically processed file after file. It was around 2:30 p.m. when I found it. The document was buried deep in a subfolder labelled Historical Research Initiatives, nestled between a 1997 study on European monetary integration and a 2001 analysis of post-Soviet economic transition security. Every human being would be assigned a unique digital profile containing biometric data, financial information, health records, travel history and behavioural analytics. The document described this as creating comprehensive individual mapping for optimised resource allocation and risk assessment. But buried in the technical specifications, the true purpose became clear. The digital ID system wasn't just about identification, it was about control, real-time tracking, automatic compliance monitoring, and the ability to instantly restrict access to banking, travel, employment, and even food distribution for anyone deemed non-compliant with social directives. Phase 2, AI-managed resource distribution. The second phase involved transitioning all essential resources, food, water, energy, housing, to centralised AI management systems. The justification was environmental sustainability and equitable distribution. The reality was something far more sinister. The fourth phase involved the integration of all monitoring systems into a single, omnipresent surveillance network. Every device, every sensor, every camera would feed into a central intelligence system capable of tracking and analysing human behaviour in real time. The document described predictive human behaviour in real time. The document described predictive intervention protocols that would identify and neutralise dissent before it could manifest as organised resistance. Potential troublemakers would be flagged by behavioural analysis algorithms and subjected to corrective interventions. Everything from social isolation and economic pressure to direct psychological manipulation through targeted media exposure. Phase 5. Population normalization protocols. Phase 5. Population normalization protocols. The final phase was the most horrifying of all. Population normalization was a euphemism for systematic depopulation, reducing the global human population from over 8 billion to what the document described as sustainable levels of approximately 500 million to 1 billion individuals. The methods outlined were varied and sophisticated. Fertility reduction through endocrine disruptors in food and water supplies, healthcare protocols designed to increase mortality rates among markets, the 2020 pandemic that accelerated digital ID adoption, remote monitoring, and restrictions on movement and assembly. Each crisis followed by solutions that moved us incrementally closer to the world described in this document. I realised I had been an unwitting participant in this process. My demographic studies, my policy recommendations, my analysis of population behavioural patterns, all of it had been feeding into this larger machine. I thought I was fighting poverty and inequality. In reality, I was helping to perfect the mechanisms of human subjugation. The afternoon sun was setting behind the Alps when I finally closed the document. My coffee had gone cold hours ago. My phone showed 17 missed calls from Elena, but I couldn't bring myself to respond. How do you have a casual conversation about quarterly budget reviews when you've just discovered that your entire profession is part of a conspiracy to enslave humanity? I needed to understand more. If this document was real, and every instinct I had told me it was, then there had to be other evidence. References to council authorization suggested a governing body overseeing the implementation. The technical specifications implied vast infrastructure investments that would leave paper trails, and the timeline suggested that we were currently in the middle of Phase 2, with Phase 3 approaching rapidly. As I prepared to leave the office that evening, Elena appeared at my cubicle. Her expression was carefully neutral, but I caught something in her eyes, a wariness that hadn't been there that morning. "How's the archive review coming along?" she asked. "Fine," I managed. "Just working through the historical research files. Nothing unusual so far." She nodded, but her gaze lingered on my computer screen. "Good. Make sure you flag anything that seems out of place. We can't afford any compliance issues with the legal review." After she left, I copied the Project RESET document to an encrypted drive. Call it insurance or call it stupidity. I knew I couldn't let this information disappear into the bureaucratic machinery of damage control. If what I'd read was true, then the fate of human civilization hung in the balance. That night I lay awake in my Geneva apartment, staring at the ceiling and trying to process what I'd discovered. Outside my window, the city hummed with the quiet activity of normal life. People returning from dinner, late commuters heading home, the distant sound of traffic on the highway, all of them oblivious to the web of control being woven around them. I thought about my colleagues at Arcus, brilliant and dedicated people who believed, as I had, that we were working toward a better world. How many of them knew the truth? How many were complicit, and how many were simply useful idiots like I had been? More disturbing was the realization that the plan was working. Digital ID systems were being rolled out globally under the banner of convenience and security. AI-managed resource distribution was being piloted in smart cities around the world. Economic instability was increasing, with more frequent market volatility and supply chain disruptions becoming the new normal. The infrastructure for total control was being built piece by piece, sold to the public as progress and innovation, and by the time people realized what they had traded away, it would be too late to resist. As dawn broke over Lake Geneva, I made a decision that would change the trajectory of my life forever. I was going to find out who was behind Project RESET, how far the implementation had progressed, and whether there was any way to stop what was coming. I had no idea that by opening that file, I had already marked myself for termination. The next 3 weeks were a masterclass in paranoid research methodology. I couldn't use Arcus resources for obvious reasons, and I couldn't risk conducting searches from my home computer that might trigger surveillance algorithms. Instead, I developed a routine of visiting different internet cafes, public libraries, and university computer labs around Geneva, always paying with cash and never staying in one location for more than an hour. What I discovered during those weeks of clandestine investigation was both validation and horror. The language from Project RESET wasn't just theoretical. It was operational vocabulary that had been seeded into the public discourse for decades. The phrase, "Build Back Better," appeared in a 2005 United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Framework, years before it became a mainstream political slogan. Sustainable development goals weren't just environmental initiatives, they were restructuring protocols directly lifted from the Project RESET documentation. Stakeholder capitalism wasn't a progressive business philosophy, it was the economic model described in Phase 3 of the plan. I started mapping connections, creating a network diagram that resembled a spider web of interlocking organisations, all connected by shared personnel, funding sources, and ideological frameworks. At the centre of this web were names that any political science student would recognise: the Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Club of Rome, and the World Economic Forum. But it was the personnel overlaps that made the pattern undeniable. The same individuals appeared on the boards of multiple organisations, moved seamlessly between government positions and private sector roles, and maintained influence networks that spanned decades. These weren't coincidences. They were evidence of coordinated long-term planning. Dr. Klaus Müller, for instance, had served on the board of the Arcus Foundation since 2003, while simultaneously holding positions with the Trilateral Commission and maintaining an advisory role with the World Economic Forum. His academic credentials were impeccable. PhD in International Relations from Harvard, former Deputy Director of the IMF. But his career trajectory revealed a pattern of strategic positioning within the exact organisations mentioned in Project RESET. Elena Vasquez, my own supervisor, had spent 3 years with the World Bank before joining Arcus. Her previous role involved developing population optimization models for developing nations, work that, in light of what I now knew, took on a sinister new meaning. The more I dug, the more I realised that the world of international policy wasn't the collegial academic environment I had believed it to be. It was a carefully orchestrated theatre, with different organisations playing complementary roles and advancing the same underlying agenda. The Bilderberg Group provided high-level strategic coordination, bringing together political leaders, corporate executives, and academic experts for closed-door discussions that never appeared in public records. The World Economic Forum served as the public face of the agenda, packaging radical social restructuring as progressive innovation and corporate responsibility. The Club of Rome provided intellectual legitimacy, producing research that supported predetermined policy conclusions. and think tanks like Arcus served as implementation arms, developing the detailed technical frameworks that transformed abstract plans into concrete policies. It was during my 4th week of investigation that I made contact with Harper. I was sitting in a small cafe near the University of Geneva, cross-referencing attendance lists from various international conferences, when I noticed someone had left a newspaper on the adjacent table. Folded inside the newspaper was a handwritten note. "You're asking the right questions, but you're asking them in the wrong places. Tomorrow, 3 p.m, Parc des Bastions, near the Reformation Wall. Come alone." My first instinct was to ignore it. Paranoia was an occupational hazard when researching conspiracy theories, and I had no way of knowing whether this was a genuine contact or an elaborate trap. But the note demonstrated knowledge of my research activities. Most people in your position never make it past the first layer of classification. Most people in my position, policy analysts, research coordinators, academic consultants, the intellectual workforce that powers the think tank ecosystem. You're all kept in comfortable compartments, given enough information to do your jobs effectively, but never enough to see the complete picture. It's an elegant system, really. The vast majority of people working within the network genuinely believe they're contributing to positive change. Harper reached into his coat and withdrew a slim folder. "But you've seen behind the curtain now. The question is, what do you intend to do with that knowledge?" I took the folder, glancing around to ensure we weren't attracting attention. Inside were photographs, documents, and what appeared to be transcripts of recorded conversations. The material was far more detailed than anything I had discovered during my own research. Project RESET is Phase 4 of a much larger operation, Harper explained. The planning began in the 1970s, when a group of industrialists, academics, and political leaders became convinced that democratic governance was incompatible with long-term social stability. They believed that ordinary people were too short-sighted, too emotional, and too self-interested to make rational decisions about complex global challenges. The first document in the folder was a memorandum dated 1975, bearing the letterhead of the Club of Rome. The subject line read, "Crisis of Democracy, Toward Managed Governance Solutions." The oil crisis of 1973 was a test run, Harper continued, a demonstration of how quickly modern civilization could be disrupted and how readily populations would accept authoritarian measures if they were presented as temporary emergency responses. The success of that operation convinced the planners that more comprehensive interventions were not only possible, but necessary. I flipped through pages of meeting minutes, budget allocations, and organisational charts. Names I recognised from my research appeared throughout the documentation, along with others I'd never heard of, shadowy figures who seemed to wield enormous influence while maintaining complete public anonymity. Wars and pandemics are what they call the moments of acceleration, Harper said, periods when normal political processes can be bypassed and fundamental changes can be implemented under the justification of emergency response. The 2001 attacks accelerated surveillance infrastructure development by at least a decade. The 2020 pandemic accelerated digital control systems by another decade. A photograph in the folder showed a group of men in expensive suits standing around a conference table. The image quality suggested it had been taken with a hidden camera. Harper pointed to a figure partially obscured by shadows. That's Dr. Heinrich Strasser, primary architect of the population normalization protocols. Officially, he's a retired professor of demographics from the London School of Economics. Unofficially, he's the man responsible for calculating optimal population levels and developing implementation strategies for achieving those targets. The casual way Harper discussed mass depopulation sent chills down my spine. We were talking about the systematic elimination of billions of human beings, as if it were an abstract policy problem to be solved through careful planning and efficient execution. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. Harper was quiet for a long moment, watching a young couple push a stroller along the path in front of us. Because the timeline has accelerated. What was supposed to be a gradual transition over several decades is now being compressed into a few years. The planners are concerned about growing public awareness and resistance, so they've decided to move directly to Phase 3, the economic collapse scenario. He handed me a small device that looked like a modified smartphone. Everything you need to understand the current operational status is on that device. Meeting schedules, communication intercepts, financial transaction records. But be warned, accessing this information will mark you as a priority target, They won't try to discredit you or buy you off. They'll simply make you disappear. I pocketed the device, my hands trembling. What about you? How have you managed to avoid disappearing? Harper smiled grimly. I haven't. The man who used to be called Harper died in a car accident in Morocco 15 years ago, according to official records. The person sitting next to you is a ghost, and ghosts have certain advantages when it comes to moving through the world undetected. We parted ways without shaking hands or exchanging contact information. Harper simply stood up, walked away, and disappeared into the crowd of tourists and afternoon shoppers. I remained on the bench for another hour, trying to process what I had learned, and struggling with the magnitude of the decisions I now faced. That evening I examined the device Harper had given me. The interface was unlike anything I'd seen before, clearly custom-built with security features that went far beyond commercial encryption standards. The data it contained was staggering. Real-time intelligence on Project RESET implementation across multiple continents, detailed profiles of key personnel, financial flows between organisations, and most disturbing of all, operational timelines for the next phase of the plan. According to the intelligence Harper had provided, Phase 3, the engineered economic collapse, was scheduled to begin within 18 months. The trigger would be a coordinated cyber attack on critical financial infrastructure, blamed on state-sponsored hackers but actually orchestrated by the same network that had been planning global restructuring for decades. The attack would simultaneously cripple banking systems, electrical grids, supply chains and communication networks across North America and Europe. In the chaos that followed, emergency powers would be invoked, constitutional protections would be suspended, and the new digital control systems would be implemented as temporary security measures. Within 6 months of the collapse, the new economic system would be fully operational. Physical currency would be eliminated in favour of digital transactions that could be monitored, controlled, and restricted in real time. Universal basic income would be introduced, but payment would be conditional on compliance with behavioural modification programs. Private property rights would be suspended in favour of collective stewardship models managed by AI allocation algorithms. Anyone who resisted the transition would find themselves cut off from the economic system entirely, unable to buy food, unable to access shelter, unable to travel or communicate. Social pressure and biological necessity would force compliance within weeks. The plan was brilliant in its simplicity and horrifying in its implications. By engineering a crisis and positioning themselves as the solution, the architects of Project Time and Location written on the back in precise handwriting. Thursday, 9 p.m, Jet d'eau viewing platform. The Jet d'eau was Geneva's famous water fountain, a towering spray of lake water that had become the city's unofficial symbol. The viewing platform offered panoramic views of Lake Geneva and was typically crowded with tourists during the day, but at 9 p.m. on a Thursday in early spring it would be largely deserted. I arrived 15 minutes early, using the time to scan for potential surveillance or security threats. Harper's warnings about being marked as a priority target had left me hyper-vigilant, seeing potential enemies in every passerby and possible monitoring devices in every street camera. Harper materialised from the shadows near the platform's eastern edge, moving with the silent efficiency of someone trained in covert operations. He wore different clothes than during our first meeting, but the same calculating alertness animated his features. "You've been researching the Council of Nine," he said without preamble. "I can tell because your digital footprint shows specific query patterns that correlate with Council-related information architecture." I hadn't mentioned the Council during our previous conversation, which meant Harper had been monitoring my online activities despite my precautions. The realisation was both impressive and unsettling. "How do you know what I've been researching?" "Because I built some of the monitoring systems that track research patterns related to sensitive topics. Before I became a ghost, I spent 12 years developing psychological analysis algorithms for MI6. We called it cognitive finger modern world. A modern world. I inserted the earbuds and pressed play. The audio quality was variable, ranging from crystal clear to barely audible, but the content was unmistakably authentic. The first segment featured a woman's voice with a slight Germanic accent. Phase 2? Implementation is proceeding ahead of schedule in North America and Western Europe. Digital ID adoption rates are exceeding projections by 23%, and AI resource management pilots are showing promising compliance metrics. A male voice responded, "What about resistance indicators?" The psychological analysis models predicted higher levels of public pushback by this stage. Resistance has been effectively channeled into harmless outlets, the woman replied. Social media algorithms are directing dissent toward peripheral issues, cultural conflicts, partisan political divisions, environmental activism. The core infrastructure development continues without meaningful opposition. The recording shifted to what appeared to be a different meeting. The audio quality was clearer, allowing me to distinguish individual speakers more easily. The timeline for Phase 3 has been moved up, announced a voice I recognised as belonging to Dr. Klaus Müller. Recent polling data suggests that public awareness of systematic restructuring is approaching critical thresholds. We need to initiate the collapse scenario before organised resistance can develop. Another voice, older and more gravelly, expressed concern. Acceleration carries significant risks. If the synthetic recovery process is implemented too quickly, it could trigger the kind of popular uprising that the entire operation was designed to prevent. The risk analysis has been updated, Muller responded. Current societal conditioning levels indicate that the majority of the population will accept authoritarian measures if they're presented as temporary responses to existential threats. The 2020 compliance experiments exceeded all expectations. The recording continued for over an hour, revealing operational details that confirmed Harper's earlier warnings. The cyber attack that would trigger Phase 3 was being developed by a contractor called Prometheus Systems, a private cybersecurity firm with deep ties to intelligence agencies in multiple countries. The transition to collective consciousness algorithms will be facilitated through neurochemical interventions delivered via water supply modification and atmospheric aerosol deployment. What about cognitive resistance patterns? Asked another speaker. Resistance requires individual identity coherence. The consciousness integration protocols will systematically deconstruct individual psychological frameworks and replace them with collective identity matrices. Within one generation, the concept of personal autonomy will be psychologically incomprehensible to the surviving population. I removed the earbuds and handed the device back to Harper, my hands shaking with a combination of rage and terror. What I had heard wasn't just evidence of a conspiracy, it was evidence of a plan to erase human consciousness itself, transforming the survivors of their depopulation program into biological robots incapable of independent thought. Now you understand the stakes, Harper said quietly. This isn't about political control or economic manipulation. It's about the fundamental nature of human existence. They're planning to transform our species into something that can be managed like livestock. The lights of Geneva sparkled across Lake Geneva, a testament to human creativity and achievement that would soon be subordinated to the algorithmic control systems of the Council of Nine. Every light represented families, dreams, aspirations, and individual lives that would be extinguished or enslaved, according to the optimization calculations of psychopaths who had convinced themselves that they were saving the world. What can we do? I asked. Harper's expression was grim. The operational infrastructure is too advanced to be stopped through conventional means, but there might be a way to disrupt their timeline and create opportunities for organised resistance. He explained that the Council's power derived from coordination and secrecy. Their plans required precise timing and public ignorance to succeed. If the implementation schedule could be disrupted and their methods exposed to widespread public awareness, the resulting chaos might create openings for resistance movements to organise and respond. They're planning a closed-door summit next month, Harper continued. A C9 emergency protocol meeting to finalise the Phase 3 trigger parameters. If we could intercept their communications during that meeting and broadcast the proceedings publicly, it would expose everything, I finished. More than that. It would force them to abandon their current timeline and revert to contingency protocols that are less well developed and more vulnerable to disruption. Harper outlined the technical challenges involved in intercepting the Council's communications. Their meetings took place in secure facilities with sophisticated counter-surveillance measures. The participants used encrypted communication devices that were regularly updated with new security protocols, and any interception attempt would almost certainly be detected, triggering immediate countermeasures against anyone involved in the operation. I need you to understand, Harper emphasised, that this is likely a one-way mission. Even if we succeed in exposing their operation, we won't survive the aftermath. The Council has resources and capabilities that extend far beyond anything a conventional government could deploy. I stared out at the lake, watching the gentle waves lap against the shore. 3 weeks ago, my biggest concern had been meeting quarterly research deadlines. Now, I was contemplating a suicide mission to save human civilization from technocratic enslavement. "When is this summit?" I asked. "April 15th. Location is still being determined, but intelligence suggests it will be at the Château de Bossé, about 20 kilometres outside Geneva. It's a World Council of Churches conference centre that's been used for sensitive meetings before." Harper handed me a final envelope thicker than the others. "Everything you need to prepare is in there. Technical specifications, surveillance protocols, communication equipment. Study it carefully. Our success depends on flawless execution." As we parted ways for what would be the last time, Harper offered me a choice that would haunt me for the rest of my abbreviated life. "You can still walk away, Julian. Disappear, create a new identity, and try to survive what's coming. No one would blame you for choosing self-preservation over martyrdom." I considered his offer seriously. I had no family, no romantic attachments, no obligations that would be affected by my disappearance. I could liquidate my assets, assume a false identity, and find some remote corner of the world where I might escape the coming transformation. But as I walked home through the streets of Geneva, I realized that escape was an illusion. There would be no safe havens in the world the Council of Nine was creating. Every corner of the globe would eventually be incorporated into their control grid. And even if I managed to survive the initial phases of their plan, I would spend the rest of my life knowing that I had possessed the knowledge and opportunity to resist, but had chosen cowardice instead. The next morning I submitted my resignation to the Arcus Foundation, citing family health issues that required my immediate attention. Eleanor Vasquez accepted my resignation, with what seemed like genuine regret, though I noticed she didn't press for details about my family situation. I spent the following 3 weeks studying Harper's materials and preparing for the mission. The technical challenges were formidable, but not insurmountable. The Château de Bossé's security systems were sophisticated but not impregnable. More importantly, Harper had provided me with detailed intelligence about the Council's communication protocols and meeting procedures. The plan was elegantly simple. I would infiltrate the chateau during the summit, establish a covert listening post in the building's communication infrastructure, and broadcast the Council's proceedings live to multiple online platforms simultaneously. The global exposure would make it impossible for them to suppress the information or maintain the fiction of legitimacy. April 15th arrived with an unseasonable spring snowstorm that provided perfect cover for my approach to the chateau. I'd spent the previous night in a small hotel in Séligny, using the time to conduct final equipment checks and mentally prepare for what was likely to be my final mission. The chateau was the imposing medieval structure surrounded by manicured gardens and modern security installations. Thermal imaging revealed the presence of at least 12 security personnel, along with the 9 council members and their personal staff. The building's communication systems were exactly as Harper had described. A central server room in the basement that handled all electronic communications for the facility. I made my approach through the gardens, using the snow and darkness to avoid the exterior security cameras. Harper's intelligence had identified a service entrance that was monitored but not heavily guarded. A simple electronic lock bypass granted me access to the building's interior. The next 30 minutes were the most terrifying of my life. Moving through the chateau's corridors while armed security personnel patrolled just meters away required a level of stealth and nerve that I had never before been required to demonstrate. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow in the hallways, every distant sound could have meant discovery and immediate termination. The server room was located exactly where Harper's blueprints had indicated. The communication equipment was more sophisticated than anything I had worked with before, but Harper's technical specifications were precise enough to guide me through the installation process. I had just finished establishing the connection to my broadcasting equipment when the voices began echoing through the chateau's ventilation system. The meeting was taking place in what had once been the chateau's grand library, a room lined with ancient books and dominated by a massive fireplace. Through the building's internal communication system, I could hear every word with crystal clarity. Phase 3 implementation begins in 72 hours, announced a voice I recognised from Harper's recordings, Dr. Klaus Müller. Prometheus Systems has confirmed that the cyber attack vectors are fully operational and undetectable. Critical infrastructure across North America and Western Europe will be compromised simultaneously. The casual way he discussed the orchestrated collapse of civilization sent chills down my spine. These weren't desperate revolutionaries fighting against an oppressive system. They were the architects of oppression itself, calmly discussing the implementation of totalitarian control with the same tone I had once used to discuss quarterly budget projections. What about contingency protocols if the public response exceeds manageable parameters? Asked a woman's voice with a slight accent that could have been Scandinavian. Public response has been extensively modelled, replied another speaker. Current psychological conditioning levels indicate that 73% of the population will comply with emergency directives within the first week. An additional 19% will require moderate coercion, restriction of services, economic pressure, social isolation. Only 8% are projected to offer sustained resistance. My hands trembled as I adjusted the recording equipment. They were discussing the subjugation of billions of human beings as if they were managing a corporate restructuring project. The clinical precision of their planning made their intentions even more horrifying. The 8% resistance demographic will be addressed through Phase 4 acceleration, continued Muller. Enhanced surveillance protocols and predictive intervention algorithms will identify resistance cells before they can organise effectively. Those individuals will be transferred to controlled population centres for behavioural modification. And if behavioural modification proves insufficient, asked another voice. There was a pause before Muller responded. Then they will be reclassified as surplus population and processed according to Phase 5 protocols. Processed? They were talking about mass murder using the sanitised language of industrial efficiency. The conversation shifted to technical implementation details that were even more disturbing than the broad strategic discussion. They had developed sophisticated psychological manipulation techniques designed to make people grateful for their own enslavement. The economic collapse would be followed by a recovery program that would gradually introduce the new control systems as benevolent solutions to the problems they had created. The consciousness integration protocols show remarkable promise, reported a speaker, whose voice seemed artificially modulated. Test populations in controlled environments demonstrate complete behavioural compliance within 18 months of implementing ahead of schedule, reported another speaker. The first management class settlement can be established within 15 years, with full operationalment can be established within 15 years, with full operational capability within 30. Earth-based population levels can be reduced to maintenance 30. Earth-based population levels can be reduced to maintenance requirements, while interplanetary expansion continues. The vision was breathtaking in its scope and horrifying in its implications. Earth would become a managed preserve populated by enslaved humans whose consciousness had been technologically altered to ensure compliance. Meanwhile, the architects of this system would establish themselves as the lords of a new cosmic empire, free from the limitations and messy complications of democratic governance. I was so absorbed in the horror of what I was hearing that I almost missed the sound of footsteps in the corridor outside the server room. My blood turned to ice as I realised that someone was approaching my hiding place. The door opened slowly, revealing a figure in dark clothing carrying what appeared to be a sophisticated detection device. He swept the room methodically, his equipment clearly the immediate aftermath of the cyber attack. Emergency broadcast scripts. Military deployment protocols. Procedures for implementing martial law while maintaining the illusion of democratic legitimacy. The public messaging framework is critical, Muller was saying. The population must believe that the emergency measures are temporary responses to an external threat. Constitutional rights can be suspended indefinitely as long as the suspension is framed as protective rather than punitive. My companion, he had never given me his name, was monitoring the broadcast signal on a handheld device. "Upload is at 67% completion," he whispered, "but they're starting to scan for unauthorized transmissions." The voices from upstairs were becoming more animated, suggesting that someone had noticed the security breach. "We have a problem," announced a voice I hadn't heard before. "Our communication systems are showing signs of external access. Someone is intercepting our proceedings." The response was immediate and chilling. "Lock down the facility, search every room, find the source of the breach and eliminate it." 78% complete, my companion reported. "Just need a few more minutes." But we didn't have a few more minutes. The sound of heavy footsteps was echoing through the corridors as security personnel began a systematic search of the building. It was only a matter of time before they reached the server room. 85% complete, came the whispered update. The footsteps were getting closer. I could hear radio chatter as the security team coordinated their search pattern. The voices were professional, efficient, and absolutely ruthless. 92% complete. A voice outside the door. "Check the server room. Full scan for unauthorized equipment. 97% complete." The door handle turned. "Upload complete," my companion whispered just as the door burst open. What happened next was a blur of violence and chaos that I'm still not entirely sure I remember accurately. Multiple armed figures poured through the doorway, their weapons trained on both of us with professional precision. My companion, the man who had helped me complete the broadcast, was shot immediately, his body crumpling to the floor without a sound. I raised my hands, expecting to join him in death, but the lead security operative spoke into his radio instead of pulling the trigger. "Package secured, bring him upstairs." They dragged me from the server room, through the chateau's elegant corridors, and into the grand library where the Council of Nine had been conducting their meeting. The room was exactly as I had imagined it, ornate, imposing, and filled with the kind of understated luxury that spoke of genuine power rather than mere wealth. The 9 figures were still seated around their mahogany table, but now their attention was focused entirely on me. In the better lighting, I could see their faces more clearly than I had in Harper's photographs. They were older than I had expected, mostly in their 60s and 70s, with the kind of well-preserved appearance that came from access to the best medical care money could buy. Dr. Klaus Müller rose from his seat, his expression combining disappointment with professional curiosity. "Doctor, Julian Stone, we've been monitoring your research activities for some time. Impressive work, actually. You identified patterns that took us decades to establish." I said nothing, focusing on memorizing as many details as possible about the room and its occupants. If I somehow survived this encounter, I wanted to be able to provide accurate descriptions to anyone who might continue the resistance. "The broadcast has been successfully contained," reported one of the security operatives. "All major platforms have been contacted, and the uploaded content is being systematically removed. Estimated public exposure was minimal, fewer than 10,000 views before suppression protocols were implemented." 10,000 people. It wasn't much, but it was something. Somewhere in the world, 10,000 individuals now knew the truth about Project RESET and the Council of Nine. "Unfortunately," Muller continued, "your interference has created complications that require immediate resolution. The Phase 3 timeline cannot be adjusted, which means we need to implement enhanced security protocols to prevent further breaches." A woman at the far end of the table spoke for the first time. Her voice was cultured, with the kind of accent that suggested expensive education and international travel. "The Harper problem has been persistent for too long to use my skills to perfect the mechanisms of human enslavement." "The offer is genuine," Muller continued, apparently reading my expression. "Your research background makes you uniquely qualified to contribute to population management optimization. You could help us minimize the suffering associated with the transition process." "Minimize the suffering of genocide, you mean?" I replied, speaking for the first time since being brought into the room. Genocide is an emotionally charged term that doesn't accurately describe our objectives, responded the woman who had spoken earlier. We're implementing a comprehensive restructuring program designed to ensure long-term human survival. The current population levels are unsustainable, and democratic governance systems have proven incapable of addressing existential challenges. They genuinely believed they were saving humanity. The realization was somehow more terrifying than simple malice would have been. These weren't evil people. They were intelligent, educated individuals who had convinced themselves that totalitarian control and mass murder were necessary for the greater good. The current global population of 8 billion will be reduced to approximately 1 billion within 30 years, Mueller explained with the same tone he might have used to discuss quarterly earnings projections. The selection process will be optimized to preserve genetic diversity, intellectual capacity, and cultural heritage while eliminating redundant demographic segments. It was a fundamental contempt for human nature itself. They saw people as problems to be solved rather than individuals with inherent worth and dignity. Their vision of the future was a world where every aspect of human existence would be optimized according to algorithmic calculations designed by individuals who considered themselves superior to the rest of our species. As the meeting concluded, Mueller made his final offer. Join us willingly, and you'll be part of the management class that guides humanity through the transition. Your expertise will be valued, your contributions will be meaningful, and your survival will be assured. Refuse, added the woman, and you'll be processed according to Phase 5 protocols. Your knowledge makes you too dangerous to be allowed to live as a private citizen, but not valuable enough to preserve against your will. The choice was clear, collaboration or death. But there was a third option that they hadn't considered. I need time to think about it, I said. Mueller nodded. You have until tomorrow evening, but understand that this is the only offer you'll receive. Choose wisely. They returned me to a secure holding room in the chateau's lower level, a comfortable but windowless space that was clearly designed for temporary detention. The door was locked from the outside, and I could hear the subtle hum of electronic surveillance equipment monitoring my activities. But they had made a crucial mistake. In their arrogance, they had assumed that I would either join them or passively await execution. They hadn't considered the possibility that I might have prepared contingency plans for exactly this situation. Hidden in the lining of my jacket was a small device that Harper had given me during our final meeting. A dead man's switch connected to a comprehensive data package containing everything I had learned about Project RESET and the Council of Nine. If I failed to check in with the automated system every 24 hours, the information would be distributed to thousands of recipients worldwide, including journalists, government officials, and activist organizations. The Council's suppression of my live broadcast had been successful, but it wouldn't be enough to contain the firestorm that would erupt when Harper's complete intelligence archive was released. The evidence was too comprehensive, too well documented, and too widely distributed to be suppressed through conventional means. As I sat in that holding room, contemplating my final decision, I realized that the 10,000 people who had seen my broadcast were more significant than the Council understood. In the age of social media and viral information distribution, 10,000 viewers could become 10 million within hours if the content was compelling enough. The resistance wasn't dead. It was just beginning, and the Council of Nine was about to discover that they're carefully... When it happens, you will be told that foreign terrorists or hostile nations are responsible. You will be told that emergency measures are necessary to protect your safety and security. You will be told that the restrictions on your freedom are temporary responses to an unprecedented crisis. All of it will be lies. The attack will be orchestrated by the same people who will offer to save you from it. The emergency measures will be permanent features of a new system of control. The restrictions on your freedom will never be lifted because they were never intended to be temporary. But you have a choice. You can choose to believe the lies and accept the chains they offer you, or you can choose to resist and fight for the future of human dignity and freedom. If you choose resistance, you need to understand what you're fighting against. This is not a political movement that can be defeated through elections or legal challenges. This is a coordinated assault on human consciousness itself, implemented by people who have resources and capabilities that exceed anything most people can imagine. They control the media that shapes public opinion. They control the financial systems that determine economic stability. They control the technology platforms that facilitate communication and organisation. They have been planning this transformation for decades, and they have considered every possible form of resistance. But they have made one crucial error. They have underestimated the power of human consciousness itself. Individual awareness, when multiplied across millions of people, creates possibilities that no algorithm can predict or control. The key to resistance is understanding that this is fundamentally a spiritual battle disguised as a political conflict. They are trying to convince you that individual autonomy is selfish, that personal freedom is dangerous, and that collective management is more efficient than individual choice. Don't believe them. Your individual consciousness is not a bug in the human system. It's a feature. Your ability to think for yourself, to make your own choices, to pursue your own dreams and goals, is not a luxury that humanity can no longer afford. It's the essence of what makes us human. When the collapse comes, and it will come, remember that the chaos is artificial, and the solutions they offer are designed to enslave you. Organise locally, communicate privately, and maintain your individual identity at all costs. Most importantly, remember that you're not alone. All around the world, people are waking up to the reality of what is being done to them. The resistance is not centralised or organised in the traditional sense, but it is real and it is growing. The New World Order is not inevitable. It is simply the preferred outcome of people who have convinced themselves that they know better than the rest of us how we should live our lives. They are wrong, and if enough of us refuse to cooperate with their vision, they will fail. The choice is yours. Choose wisely. Choose resistance. Choose freedom. The future of human consciousness depends on it. Transmission ends. Addendum. The World Unity Day broadcast. The following transcript was recovered from archived television broadcasts dated 6 months after Dr. Stone's disappearance. The content has been verified as authentic by multiple independent sources. Good evening. This is Sarah Chen reporting for Global News Network with a special report on this year's World Unity Day celebration. Across the globe, to conclude this special report, I'm reminded of the words spoken by one of our Global Coordination Council members just last week. The New World Order isn't coming. It's here, and it's working exactly as intended. This is Sarah Chen, reporting for Global News Network. Thank you for watching, and happy World Unity Day. Firm paranoia. The terminal stood cavernous and quiet. Her footsteps echoed across the polished floors as she walked through the main concourse. Despite the late hour, the space felt unnaturally vacant. A few cleaning staff moved about like ghosts, and the occasional security guard made perfunctory rounds. Otherwise, the massive building seemed to be holding its breath. Bigger than the city of San Francisco, she muttered. Why build an airport this massive in a city that didn't need it? Evelyn had arranged a room at the airport hotel, giving her a reason to wander the terminals without arousing suspicion. She'd start properly tomorrow, but something compelled her to take a preliminary look around. The vast emptiness of night offered a freedom that daylight crowds would deny. Her attention drifted to the high ceilings, the elaborate art installations, the sheer scale of everything. DIA had cost $4.8 billion, $2 billion over budget. The explanations had never satisfied journalists like her. Something about the math didn't add up, as if the excess billions had built something else entirely. Near the south end of the terminal, she paused before the dedication capstone, a polished granite marker set into the floor. The Masonic square and compass symbol was prominently displayed, along with the date of dedication and, most curiously, reference to something called the New World Airport Commission. Evelyn knelt down, pretending to tie her shoe while snapping a photo with her pendant camera. The New World Airport Commission didn't exist, at least not officially. She'd checked every possible record. No such organisation had ever been registered anywhere in the United States. Hiding in plain sight, she whispered, tracing the Masonic symbol with her finger. The marker mentioned the airport being built for the bed. Each contained fragments of maps, maintenance schedules, strange symbols, and cryptic references to underground levels not shown on any official blueprint. One phrase appeared in every message: Level Subnormal 3. She arranged the pieces, trying to make sense of the puzzle. Through the window, the massive blue Mustang glowed in the distance, its red eyes like beacons in the Colorado night. Beyond it, planes took off and landed on runways designed in a formation that, from above, resembled a swastika. Another coincidence that conspiracy theorists love to mention. Evelyn checked her watch. 3:42 a.m. She should sleep, but her mind raced with questions. Who had sent the emails? Why choose her? And most importantly, what really lay beneath the sterile, controlled environment of Denver International Airport? She took out her recorder pen and spoke softly. Day 0 at DIA. Tomorrow I begin mapping the visible to find the invisible. If the emails are correct, this isn't just an airport. It's the entrance to something much bigger and much darker. As she set down the pen, the lights in her room flickered briefly. Just an electrical hiccup, surely. But in that moment of darkness, Evelyn could have sworn she heard something humming beneath the floor. A deep, steady vibration, like massive machinery churning in the earth below. Morning brought artificial normality to Denver International Airport. Travellers rushed through security lines, baristas served overpriced coffee, and overhead announcements called for final boardings. Yet to Evelyn's newly attuned senses, everything felt like a performance, a carefully choreographed dance to disguise what lay beneath the surface. She sipped her coffee near the south atrium, pretending to work on her laptop while photographing the murals more thoroughly. The first, titled "Children of the World Dream of Peace," showed a massive military figure in a gas mask wielding a sword and an AK-47, stabbing a dove while surrounded by weeping mothers holding dead babies. Opposite this stood another panel where children of all races gathered around a central the letters under the Freemason symbol? Chemical symbols for gold and silver? That's what they tell tourists. Walter leaned closer. In ancient alchemy, they represent the foundation of transformation, breaking down to build anew. Before Evelyn could respond, Walter stood abruptly. Meet me at closing time. Baggage claim level, Carousel 19, if you're really interested in architecture. Without waiting for a response, he shuffled away, disappearing into the crowd. Evelyn spent the next hours methodically photographing every strange element of the airport. The gargoyles emerging from suitcases, the floor tiles with Navajo symbols arranged in patterns that resembled circuitry, and most notably, the time capsule marble inscribed with New World Airport Commission. Near the south terminal, she found another cryptic installation. A small plaque depicting paper airplanes flying around tall buildings, installed years before September 11th. Below it, Freemason symbols were incorporated into the terrazzo floor. Each discovery confirmed what the emails had suggested. DIA was a tapestry of symbolic messaging hidden in plain sight. But who was sending these messages? And to whom? By late afternoon, Evelyn had mapped the entire public area, cross-referencing it with the fragmented information from her anonymous source. Something didn't add up. The airport's underground baggage system, famously dysfunctional, had cost hundreds of millions before being abandoned. Yet construction had continued below ground for years afterward. Equipment logs showed they passed massive air handling systems, water purification equipment and power generators far larger than an airport would require. Self-sufficient, Walter noted, following her gaze. Complete power generation, water purification, air filtration. This place could seal itself off from the outside world indefinitely. After 20 minutes of walking, They reached a junction where the modern concrete tunnel intersected with something else, a rough-hewn passage that appeared to be partially natural, partially excavated from the bedrock. This wasn't on any blueprint, Walter said. We found it during excavation. There was talk of ancient tunnels under this whole region. Native American legends about entrances to the underworld. Evelyn photographed the junction with her pendant camera. What's down there? Don't know. It was sealed off immediately. Armed guards for weeks. Walter pointed to a symbol carved into the stone arch. A stylized eye within a triangle. But that wasn't carved by construction workers. As they stood there, a low humming vibration filled the tunnel, the same sound Evelyn had heard in her hotel room. Walter's face paled. We need to go. Now. What is that? Evelyn asked, but Walter was already hurrying back the way they had come. Night shift's coming, he hissed. If they find us here. They barely made it back to the public area before Walter's radio crackled to life. He answered it, speaking in clipped professional tones about a clean-up needed at Terminal C. Don't try to find me again, he whispered to Evelyn before leaving. And whatever you do, stay out the tunnels at night. Back in her hotel room, Evelyn downloaded the images from her camera and compared them with the diagrams from the anonymous emails. The strange carved symbol matched one that appeared repeatedly in her source's messages. Beneath it, her source had written, "The eye watches the gate." She was drafting notes when her laptop suddenly crashed. When it rebooted, all her photos from the underground tunnel were gone. Even her backup files had been corrupted. A new email arrived, sent from her own account to herself. Curiosity endangers more than cats. Level subnormal 3 is not for you. Evelyn stared at the message, her hands trembling. Someone had remotely accessed her computer. Someone was watching. Through her window, Lucifer's red eyes glowed in the darkness, patient and knowing. The horse that had killed its creator seemed to be sending her a warning. She closed the curtains but couldn't shake the feeling that she was still being observed. The hum she had heard underground now seemed to permeate everything. The walls, the floor, the very air of the airport hotel room. What exactly had she stumbled into? By her third day at Denver International Airport, Evelyn had established a routine designed to make her presence seem ordinary. Breakfast at the terminal cafe, work on her laptop in public areas, occasional calls to her editor back in Chicago, discussing a mundane article about airport architecture that would never actually be written. All the while, she methodically pieced together the puzzle, cross-referencing Walter's information with her anonymous source's emails. The warning message on her laptop had only convinced her that she was onto something significant. Someone with access to sophisticated hacking tools didn't want her digging deeper, which meant she absolutely had to. The key came in an unexpected form. A maintenance schedule left carelessly on a break room table when Evelyn accidentally entered the wrong door. A quick photograph with her pendant camera captured what she needed. Access codes for the lower service levels, and most importantly, shift change times when the tunnels would be momentarily unmonitored. At 2:47 a.m., dressed in a custodial uniform stolen from a supply closet, Evelyn swiped a copied maintenance badge at a service elevator near the East Terminal. The badge wouldn't pass close inspection, but might work for automated systems. Her heart pounded as the reader flashed green and the doors slid open. Inside, instead of the usual floor buttons, there was a keypad. Evelyn entered the code from the maintenance schedule, 794503. The elevator began to descend. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3. It continued past the standard basement levels into depths that shouldn't exist according to official blueprints. When it finally stopped, the display read simply S3, subnormal 3. The doors opened onto a dimly lit corridor unlike anything in the upper airport. The walls were bare concrete, lined with thick pipes and bundled cables. The air felt different, cooler with a faint metallic taste. And there was that hum again, stronger now, vibrating through the soles of her shoes. Evelyn stepped out cautiously, her pendant camera recording. The corridor stretched ahead, branching into multiple paths. Ventilation ducts large enough for a person to crawl through ran along the ceiling. Every 50 feet, red emergency lights cast an ominous glow. She followed the main passage, noting that unlike service areas meant for maintenance, these corridors were designed for regular foot traffic. The floors were finished with resilient industrial coating. Directional signs pointed to areas labelled with codes rather than names. QB7, processing long-term containment. After several minutes of walking, the corridor widened into a large circular hub with multiple doorways. In the centre stood a scale model of the airport, but not as it currently existed. This version showed DIA with 6 runways instead of 5, additional terminals, and expansive underground structures depicted in cutaway view. Evelyn photographed it from every angle. According to the model's date stamp, this was Denver International, as it would exist in 2030. An expansion already planned but not publicly announced. A doorway labelled Observation drew her attention. Through its small window she could see a darkened room with control panels and screens. Evelyn tried her badge, and to her surprise the door unlocked. Inside, monitors displayed camera feeds from all over the airport. Public areas, service tunnels, even the surrounding airfield. But other screens showed locations she couldn't identify. Underground chambers filled with rows of empty bunks, warehouses stocked with supplies, what appeared to be hydroponic gardens under artificial light. One monitor showed a massive circular room with a strange black structure in its centre, measurements with specialised equipment. Evelyn stared at the scene, transfixed. This was unlike anything she had expected to find beneath an airport. A logbook lay open on the control desk. Recent entries referenced resonance testing and frequency calibration. One notation particularly caught her eye. Portal stability at 87%. Requires additional anchoring before Phase 2. Portal? A sound in the corridor snapped her attention back to her surroundings. Voices approaching. Evelyn quickly turned off her pendant camera and slipped behind a server rack just as the door opened. 2 men in dark uniforms entered, continuing a conversation already in progress. 3rd shipment this week. That's more than the previous 6 months combined. Orders from above. Accelerated timeline. Because of the seismic activity? Partially. Intelligence suggests we may have competitors accessing the network. Shanghai facility reported unusual readings. They moved to the control panels, their backs to Evelyn's hiding place. What about the upper levels? Security protocols. Remain in place. Limited access. Need-to-know basis. And the journalist? Evelyn's blood ran cold. Being handled. Her breach of the service tunnels was expected. Walter played his role perfectly. He doesn't know he's an asset. Of course not. Carefully cultivated over decades. Retirement package includes memory modification. The men fell silent as they focused on the monitors. One adjusted settings while the other took notes. Evelyn remained frozen behind the server rack, barely breathing. After what seemed like an eternity, they finished their work and moved toward the door. Shift change in 20 minutes, extended biostasis, and consciousness mapping. This went far beyond any government black site or military installation. Whatever was happening beneath Denver International Airport involved technologies and purposes Evelyn could barely comprehend. As she documented everything with her camera, the ambient hum that permeated the facility suddenly intensified. The lights flickered. An announcement echoed through hidden speakers. Attention all personnel. Harmonic stabilization sequence initiating. secure all sensitive materials and proceed to designated safe zones. Resonance testing commencing in 5 minutes. Evelyn knew she needed to leave immediately. She retraced her steps toward the hub, planning to return to the service elevator. But as she rounded a corner, she came face to face with the security team in black tactical gear. They didn't seem surprised to see her. "Evelyn Hart," the leader said calmly. "Your tour ends here." The security team didn't restrain Evelyn. They didn't confiscate her equipment or even search her. Instead, they escorted her through corridors she hadn't yet explored, descending even deeper beneath the airport. "Where are you taking me?" she demanded, trying to maintain some illusion of control. "To what you came to find," the leader replied simply. They arrived at massive double doors emblazoned with the now familiar symbol, the eye within the triangle. 2 guards stood at attention outside, wearing black suits with subtle lapel pins. The square, "The truth, that's what you came for, isn't it?" Before she could respond, the lights dimmed further and a resonant tone filled the chamber. The black monolith pulsed in rhythm with the sound, its surface becoming increasingly fluid. The assembled observers fell silent. A figure in elaborate ceremonial robes stepped onto a platform near the monolith. Though his face was shadowed by a hood, his voice carried effortlessly through the chamber. "The convergence approaches. Phase alignment has reached optimal parameters. The gateway prepares to receive." Digital displays materialized around the chamber, hovering in mid-air. They showed real-time data on geological activity, atmospheric conditions, and various measurements Evelyn couldn't interpret. One screen displayed a global map with pulsing points of light at specific locations. Denver was one, but she also noted similar spots in Antarctica, Siberia, the Gobi Desert, and beneath the Atlantic Ocean. "Our facilities report ready status," the robed figure continued. "The network is synchronized. When the moment arrives, transition will commence according to protocol." Another figure rose from the assembly, this one dressed in a modern business suit. "The controlled destabilization proceeds as designed. Economic indicators confirm system stress points have reached critical thresholds. Social fragmentation indexes are at predicted levels." "And the narrative control?" asked a woman's voice from another section. "Operational through all channels. Contradictory information continues to..." Whether you listen attentively to every detail, or simply let the words wash over you as you drift off, this is your space to relax and unravel a story that might just leave you questioning the next thunderstorm you see. Now let's begin. May you find both rest and wonder in this tale about secrets hidden behind towering clouds, in a world where not all storms are as natural as they seem. Nathan Cole had never considered himself a whistleblower. At 36, he was a meticulous scientist with a passion for analysing cloud formations and weather systems, working for a government-funded climate agency in a mid-sized city. He spent his days among swirling data sets and satellite imagery, focusing on how storms evolve and how the atmosphere changes across the globe. He believed wholeheartedly in the agency's mission, understanding climate shifts to protect communities from environmental disasters. It was Tuesday morning like any other when the first crack in his reality appeared. Nathan was poring over satellite data from the North Atlantic, a swirling mass of clouds that was intensifying into what meteorologists expected to be a mild tropical. "This is accurate." Her face grew pale. "Nathan, this is accurate." Her face grew pale. "Nathan, I suggest you delete that file and forget about it. Sometimes old simulations are just mislabeled or inaccurate. If you talk about it publicly, you'll cause a panic." Something in her eyes told him she was terrified. He nodded numbly, though the numbers in that model were too precise to be accidental. As Ingrid walked away, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. Later that evening, still uneasy, Nathan delved into the server again. he found an entire folder labelled Project Cirrus, restricted behind multiple passwords. He managed to bypass some security protocols, partly out of curiosity, partly out of mounting concern. Inside were numerous references to stratospheric aerosol injections, ionospheric heating, and artificial precipitation triggers. The documentation included scheduling for weather events in regions that, according to official narrative, had been hit by natural disasters. These logs dated back years, some referencing wildfires, others referencing drought patterns in farmland-rich nations. All of it implied a deliberate hand in steering or intensifying these phenomena. His heart pounded. This couldn't be real, could it? The possibility that the government or some clandestine branch was actively engineering weather events for undisclosed purposes defied everything he believed in. The sense of moral betrayal was overwhelming. He scanned more files, discovering reference after reference to manipulations that matched major storms of the past decade. Could it be a hoax or a conspiracy hidden inside official channels? But the data was too consistent, the language too methodical. Each major unpredictable storm, each bizarre drought anomaly, correlated with logs describing successful atmospheric seeding. He realised with dawning horror that he might be looking at evidence of the government's capacity to weaponise the weather. Struggling with the magnitude of it all, he decided to approach his immediate superior the next morning. That was Dr. Malcolm Ashcroft, the director of the Climate Research Division. Ashcroft was a disciplined, no-nonsense official with top-tier security clearance. If anyone could confirm or deny these findings, it would be him. Nathan scheduled a private meeting in Ashcroft's corner office, heart in his throat. The next day, upon entering the office, he felt the tension. The blinds were closed, giving the space a claustrophobic feel. Ashcroft listened to Nathan's account, flipping through the printed examples of the data, his face expressionless. When Nathan finished, Ashcroft leaned back, eyes cold. Coal? We're a climate agency, not a secret weather manipulation outfit, Ashcroft said with practised calm. Those files must be mislabelled or part of some out-of-date project that never got off the ground. I'll have them archived properly. In the meantime, I suggest you focus on your assigned tasks. The words were benign, but a subtle threat underlined them. Nathan insisted, but these references to aerosol injections match the storms from the last year. This can't just be a leftover project, anxious whirl. Officially on leave, he was barred from the climate agency's premises. He spent his time combing through personal backups, notes, old research proposals, weather anomaly charts. Tucked among them, he found earlier versions of the Cirrus-class references, not labelled as such, but hinting at advanced geoengineering. The idea weighed heavily on him. Maybe Project Cirrus had roots in the agency's past under different names. Huddled in his small apartment with a mug of coffee gone cold, he typed weather manipulation into countless search engines. The results were mostly sensationalist. Wild claims of chemtrails, HAARP conspiracies, or microwave weapons used by shadowy groups. He had always dismissed such theories as fringe paranoia. Now he suspected they might contain grains of truth. He opened a new email with an attached data set, wrote a short message, and addressed it to Jade Ramirez, an underground investigative journalist he'd read about. Jade was known for exposing corporate cover-ups, mainly big pharma or environmental disasters. She had a reputation for chasing suppressed stories, ignoring official denials. But contacting her carried risks. If she proved untrustworthy, he'd be handing explosive info to the wrong hands. If she was legit, she might become his only lifeline. An hour later, to his surprise, Jade replied with a terse, "Meet me. District 7 coffee shop. 3 p.m, bring your evidence." The directness made his pulse quicken. It was happening. Someone was taking him seriously, or maybe it was a trap. He tried to muzzle me. You have a history of exposing cover-ups. She leaned back. Look, I'll investigate. But I can't guarantee an immediate story. If it's genuine, we'll need proof stronger than a flash drive. We'll need interviews, logs, an angle the public can't dismiss. He nodded, heart pounding. I'll help in any way I can. They parted with an unspoken understanding. If Jade verified the data, they'd blow the lid off Project Cirrus. He felt simultaneously relieved and terrified. He walked home in the drizzle, scanning for suspicious onlookers. Every silhouette on the sidewalk or parked car seemed menacing. That evening his phone buzzed, an unknown number. He hesitated but answered. A clipped voice said, "Nathan Cole, we advise you to withdraw your claims or face consequences." The line went dead. His blood ran cold. The watchers were on him. Days blurred into nights. Jade remained silent, presumably verifying the files. In that time, Nathan tried to unravel more threads. He recalled references to hot air pattern injections that preceded certain wildfires. Searching wildfire data, he saw a suspicious pattern of intense dryness in spots soon ravaged by flames. Cirrus logs described target dryness increment by 0.5%. He found that a 0.5% shift might be trivial except in the critical moment of spark ignition, enough to tip a region from safe to tinderbox. He also remembered seeing mention of economy disruption tests, like conspiracy nonsense. We need more, but once we have it, like conspiracy nonsense. We need more, but once we have it, we'll go big. Make it impossible for them to bury. He inhaled slowly, bracing himself. That means infiltration, or a direct link to the agency. They locked me out. Any attempt to re-enter is dangerous. She clenched her jaw. We find another lead, someone inside, or we break in somewhere else. This story, if true, changes everything about how we see natural disasters. Before they parted, Jay confided in him a personal note. My brother died in a supposed freak hurricane a few years back. I always felt something was off. This might explain it. I want the truth as much as you do. Her resolve mirrored his. They left the cafe more determined, less alone. Still, doubt lingered. The forces behind weather manipulation likely had near limitless resources. Could two individuals, a disgraced scientist and an underground journalist, truly unmask it? And if they did, would the public accept such a monstrous possibility? Another beep from his phone cut through the gloom. A new text from an untraceable number. You've been warned. Stop now. The intimidation was intensifying, yet it only fueled his conviction. They were on a collision course with a hidden power capable of rewriting the planet's skies. Surrender wasn't an option, not after glimpsing the scale of harm inflicted upon innocent lives. That night thunder rolled again outside Nathan's window. He wondered if it was a naturally occurring storm or another artificially steered system. In either case, the storm brewing inside his own life was about to get fiercer, driving him deeper into the shadows of a conspiracy that threatened the entire globe. Nathan Cole's days turned into a blur of covert meetings and frantic flight data. Jade had the gear, a high-zoom camera, a drone for overhead shots. If they caught a plane in action, it could corroborate the logs describing ChemLab 7 deploying aerosol injections. But infiltration carried the risk of immediate arrest or worse, especially if armed guards patrolled. Yet neither Nathan nor Jade hesitated. The storm battered the region, ironically providing them with a cover of gloom and thunder. One drizzly night, they navigated the coastline by a battered off-road vehicle, headlights off. Each minute that passed felt like an eternity. Rain battered the windshield. Jade skillfully drove, guided by the GPS coordinates from local rumours. Eventually they reached a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. Beyond it lay a row of hangars and a short runway. Faint lights glowed from within. Jade parked behind a natural dune, pulling out a pair of binoculars. "We see if anything moves. If a plane takes off, we record. This is the only runway for miles. If they're launching secret ops, it's gotta be here." Nathan's nerves were raw. Hours ticked by in the humid darkness, hearts pounding with each new lightning flash. At around 2 a.m, they spotted activity. Hangar doors slid open, revealing a cargo plane with no visible markings. Workers wearing hooded raincoats hustled about. Through the binoculars, Jade glimpsed canisters being loaded into the plane's cargo hold. She snapped pictures, leaning forward with hushed excitement. As the plane taxied out, Jade launched a small drone. The drone soared up, capturing thermal signatures. A live feed on her laptop showed the canisters inside the hold. The plane took flight, slicing through storm clouds overhead. Jade followed with the drone as best she could, capturing aerial footage of suspicious aerosol jets spraying from the plane's underside. The night vision feed revealed a chemical trail dispersing into the storm. They had proof that matched the Cirrus documentation referencing mid-storm aerosol seeding. Suddenly, warning lights blared on the drone's interface, some kind of jamming signal. The drone feed cut out, the device spiraling. Jade cursed as the laptop screen flickered to static, but they'd already recorded a few minutes of incriminating footage. Gritting her teeth, she saved the partial data to multiple drives. Then came the wail of sirens. Spotlights erupted across the runway, scanning the perimeter. "Time to go," Jade muttered. Nathan nodded, adrenaline surging. They retreated, hearts pounding, water splashing underfoot. They reached the off-road vehicle and sped away. The swirling storm overhead a testament to the operation they'd just witnessed. In the rearview mirror, flashing lights and distant shouts indicated the facility was on high alert. But for now, they were free, with precious evidence in hand. Hours later, they reconvened in Jade's makeshift safe house, a dingy apartment she used for sensitive investigations. The archived documents described how initially it was about sabotage, flooding enemy farmland or parching rival economies. Over decades, it evolved. Now, under Project Cirrus, it extended to forging or intensifying storms for strategic advantage across the globe. The authors rationalized it as maintaining global equilibrium, a twisted justification, but the powers behind this operation had no intention of letting them reveal everything. That day, Jade's phone lit up with an unknown text. "We see you. Enough." Then the lights in the storage unit flickered. Nathan's phone rang, the same menacing voice from before. "Hand over your data or face the consequences. We maintain Earth's balance, not you." Shaken, Jade clutched her phone. They're calling it balance? More like playing gods with innocent lives. Nathan's face hardened. "We leak it now, or we lose the chance. But we must go big, or they'll just bury it again." Yet they also sensed that a direct leak might provoke a catastrophic distraction. More than once, Nathan had moments. During a tense planning session, Jade's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, then shared a sobering look with Nathan. A new storm was forming in the Atlantic, unexpectedly. Meteorologists were baffled by its rapid intensification. Forecast agencies predicted it might reach Category 5 within mere days. Jade's eyes darkened. This is it. They're launching a major event to overshadow. Our story. Or to threaten the entire region if we proceed. Nathan's throat constricted. Jack Calloway was never one to stay up. His farm in rural Nebraska demanded an early rise, so he typically shut off the lights by 10, drifting to the lullaby of distant crickets. But on this particular night, the restlessness wouldn't leave him. A strange heaviness pressed against the humid summer air, as if the land itself was holding its breath. Shortly after midnight, Jack found himself on the back porch, sipping lukewarm coffee and staring at the star-studded sky. Clouds drifted over the moon, turning the farmland into a patchwork of shifting shadows. He almost retreated inside, deciding he was imagining the tension in the atmosphere, when a sudden glow flickered above the distant treetops. At first, Jack assumed it was an airplane. He lived near no major airports, yet small planes occasionally passed overhead. But the glow brightened too quickly, blossoming into a searing white flash that tore across the sky. Within seconds the light streaked overhead, trailing wisps of fire, lurid reds and oranges crackling with sparks. A shockwave rattled the windows strong enough to make the porch rails tremble. Jack's heart pounded. That can't be normal. Grabbing his phone, he sprinted off the porch and into the cornfields. Fear coursed through him. Fear of what might be falling from the heavens, and fear for the crops he'd nurtured all season. The farmland's rows felt endless as he ran, phone light dancing across towering cornstalks. Above, the once starry sky was obscured by swirling smoke. Just when it felt like his lungs would burst, Jack reached the far edge of the field. Beyond it was a wide clearing he used for storage, tyres, rusted equipment. Something had crash-landed there, slicing a ragged trench through the earth. Sparks popped and fizzled along twisted shards of a silvery metal half buried in the ground. The craft was about the size of a large truck, shaped in a way that defied immediate description. It wasn't a plane, helicopter, or any design Jack recognized. Part of it glowed with an eerie internal light, bright enough to illuminate the orchard in flickering pulses. Jack's first instinct was to film. He raised his phone, pressing record. The footage captured the craft's warped hull, the shimmering heat waves pouring off it. He tried to speak, narrating that something had crashed, that it wasn't an airplane, but his voice shook so badly the words jumbled. Then, from within the shattered metal, a sliver of movement caught his eye. He inched closer, phone at arm's length. Steam hissed. An acrid smell like scorched wires choked the air. Something was definitely inside, a shape contorting behind the half-melted panels. Jack's heart hammered so loud he read, "No service." Jack wasn't surprised. His farmland sometimes struggled for signals. He jogged back through the corn rows, returning to the house. Once inside, he used the landline. It rang once, then cut off. He tried again. Same thing, a dead line. Tapping at his smartphone, he noticed the Wi-Fi icon flicker, then vanish. Confusion twisted in his gut. The night was calm, no storms. Was the crash interfering with signals? Possibly. He rummaged for his laptop, fired it up and attempted to connect. Nothing. Even the router's usual blinking lights were locked in a static glow. A pit of dread sank in his stomach. If he couldn't call out or upload the video, how would he get help? He decided to drive into town. Maybe from there he could call authorities. But as he stepped onto the front porch, headlights appeared at the far end of his dirt driveway. 2 black SUVs rolling up with their beams off. They advanced silently, an ominous presence cutting through the dark. Jack's pulse raced. Normally, unannounced visitors after midnight might be drunks or lost travellers, but these vehicles looked official. Tinted windows, standard government plates. He took a step back, adrenaline spiking. The feeling of being trapped peered out again. Peered out again, noticing more men stepping around the side of the house. In that moment, Jack made a choice. He would not surrender the footage. Summoning courage he never knew he had, he pocketed the phone, grabbed a flashlight and hurried toward the back door. They hadn't reached the house's rear yet. Maybe he could slip away. The world beyond was ablaze with tension. He sensed it wasn't just about a crashed craft. It was about a revelation bigger than anything he'd ever imagined. Now, forced to stand alone against these black-suited strangers, Jack felt a spark of determination. He was a simple farmer, but he'd stumbled upon something that defied reason. And come what may, he would not let it be buried. Jack Calloway's heart hammered as he ducked out the back door, creeping into the shadows behind his farmhouse. The night air clung to him, heavy with the echo of distant engines idling. He had no illusions about outrunning a team of trained agents, but desperation fueled him. Keeping low, he skirted along the fence. The farmland behind him was vast, miles of cornfields broken by a scattering of outbuildings. If he could disappear into the rows, maybe he'd have a chance to slip past these intruders. He peered back at the house. 2 men in suits hammered on the front door, demanding Jack open up. Another pair circled around, shining flashlights across windows. Anxiety churned in his gut. They'll figure out soon enough he's not inside. With shaking hands, he pulled out his phone. He swiped to open the video he'd recorded earlier in the field. For a moment, relief. The video thumbnail appeared, showing the glowing metal debris. He tapped play. The screen flickered, a swirl of static. Then an error message. File corrupted. No, Jack muttered, panic rising. He tried again, but the same glitch repeated. Next, he attempted to upload it to a social media site, forgetting that his signal was gone. The upload bar stuck at 0. Offline. He closed his eyes, fighting the wave of helplessness. The only thing that gave him hope in this impossible situation was the video, now apparently worthless. But maybe the file could still be salvaged. He retreated deeper into the farmland, aiming for the rickety old barn he used for storing equipment. Inside the barn, dust motes drifted in the faint glow of his flashlight. Jack rummaged for an old laptop he sometimes used for tractor diagnostics. It was battered, but it had a functioning USB port. If he could move the footage off his phone, maybe he could fix it. The laptop booted up with a grinding whir, making Jack cringe at how loud it seemed. Every second counted out. Hold! Show out! Hold! Show yourself! Jack froze, pressing himself to the barn's rough wooden planks. He recognized that voice from the man who had called his name earlier. Footsteps drew closer. Jack's mind raced. If he surrendered, they'd likely confiscate everything. He'd be black-bagged or simply vanish. No one would ever see that footage. Not that it was playable right now. He forced himself to move, slipping between the barn and an old tractor with rusted wheels. The flashlight beams swept over the ground. One agent hissed, "He was here." Thermal picked him up. Another responded, "He can't be far, spread out." Jack waited for a break in their pattern, then bolted into the cornfield. The tall stalks enveloped him, rustling as he stumbled between rows. He cursed each time his shoes snapped a twig or crunched dried leaves. Any sound could give him away. The overhead clouds parted, letting a faint moonlight highlight his path. Behind him, the agents' voices grew more distant. They were branch and faint figures moved across the farmland. A pang of loss hit him. This farm was his home, his life. Now it was seized by faceless men in black suits, but he refused to let them bury the truth. Hunched over the steering wheel, he pressed the gas, determined. If Liv Carter existed, if she truly had a gift for hacking, maybe she could fix the file. Jack allowed himself the faintest glimmer of hope. He had no illusions about outrunning the government forever, but he'd at least put up a fight. The truck rattled along the back roads, dust kicking up behind. He spotted no immediate pursuit, which unsettled him more than comforted him. The entire fiasco felt unreal. Aliens in his field, men in black SUVs. His phone's footage turned useless, yet the memory of that smouldering, unearthly craft lingered. As he turned onto the highway, Jack thought about the object's occupant. Something inside that craft had moved. Was it alive, injured, already contained by those agents? The questions multiplied in his mind. He clenched the steering wheel, jaw set. One thing at a time, he told himself. If the video was truly salvageable, it might blow open everything, if they didn't get to him first. Dawn broke over a lonely gas station on the outskirts of a neighbouring county, where Jack Calloway huddled by a payphone. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed, half of them flickering. A battered vending machine spat out stale snacks. Exhaustion weighed on Jack's eyes, but he forced himself to remain alert. He used the payphone's directory to find a listing for Olivia Carter. The number rang endlessly until a groggy voice answered, leaning against the wall. He parked the truck and stepped out, scanning the area. A figure emerged from the depot's shadow. A woman in her 30s, lean and sharp-eyed, wearing a hoodie and clutching a backpack. "You're Jack?" she asked warily. "Yes. You Liv Carter?" She gave a tight nod. "We don't have much time. Show me the phone." Jack handed it over, anxiously summarising the night's events. Crash in the cornfield, black SUVs, corrupted footage. She offered no immediate reaction beyond a raised eyebrow. Settling on a crumbling bench, she booted up a compact laptop from her backpack, hooking Jack's phone to it via cable. "Your data's scrambled," she muttered, eyes flicking across lines of code. "Could be electromagnetic damage or some advanced jamming tech." Jack paced, scanning for signs of watchers. The old train tracks vanished into the horizon, no other vehicles in sight. Liv typed furiously, occasionally murmuring about header corruption or audio anomalies. After a tense half-hour, she said, "I can see partial frames, indistinct shapes, bright lights. This is definitely not a normal glitch." A flicker of hope ignited in Jack. "Can you fix it?" Liv sighed. "I might restore enough to see something, but I can't promise clarity. The real kicker is these weird signals embedded in the data, like some kind of layered frequency. I've never encountered anything like this in normal phone footage." Jack's stomach tightened. Something about the crash evidently messed with the electronics. Before he could respond, the roar of engines drew their attention at Mitchell. Though Jack couldn't hear their exchange, it was clear the agent demanded Mitchell to stand aside. Mitchell frowned, glancing at Jack's truck. He motioned for Jack to pull over. Faced with no immediate path to escape, Jack braked, wheels skidding on cracked asphalt. The agent approached, dark sunglasses masking any expression. "Jack Calloway, we'd like you to come with us. There's been an incident on your property. Official business." Mitchell cast a confused look at Jack. The sheriff had known Jack for years. "Jack, what's going on? Why are these men chasing you?" Jack, chest heaving, answered, "They raided my farm. They want my phone. They're covering up something that fell from the sky." The agent tensed. "That's nonsense, Sheriff. We're investigating a corrupted file, gleaning only flickers of static and partial frames of a bright object." Even that snippet was enough to rattle him. He glared at the agent. "I want an explanation for this. Doesn't look like a meteor to me. The agent stepped forward, face stony. Sheriff, you're obstructing an active federal operation. If you continue, we will have to place you under arrest as well. Mitchell stiffened, mind clearly torn. He faced Jack, voice hushed. I can't protect you if you fight them here. Then more audibly he said, I won't let you arrest my citizen without just cause. But if Jack chooses to leave, I won't stop him. Silence stretched. The agent's eyes narrowed behind tinted lenses. In that heartbeat, Jack understood the sheriff was giving him a window, a fleeting chance to flee. Not wanting to waste it, he gunned the truck's engine. The agent barked an order, but Mitchell positioned himself in the agent's path, forcing him to sidestep. Jack roared past the police cruiser, rubber squealing. The black SUVs swarmed, but Mitchell's deputies manoeuvred to block them, even if just for a few seconds. Those precious moments let Jack speed onto the open road. In his rearview mirror, he saw the convoy eventually break free, resuming pursuit. His chest pounded with gratitude. Elias Finch could taste both as he walked the muddy streets, notebook tucked securely in his inside pocket. At 36, his once youthful face had hardened into angular planes beneath a journalist's keen eyes that missed little. War had taught him that truth was the first casualty in times of conflict, and peace often buried it deeper still. The boarding house on F Street, where he rented a sparse room, was unremarkable by design. Anonymity was a currency more valuable than gold in his profession. As the publisher of The Honest Witness, an underground pamphlet that had exposed profiteering and corruption throughout the war, Elias had made powerful enemies, yet his readership had grown steadily, passed hand to hand beneath the noses of the politicians he regularly skewered with his words. The war may be ending, but the real fighting is just beginning, he muttered, climbing the creaking stairs to his room. Inside, papers covered every available surface. Notes, letters from informants, new whiskey Elias offered. This goes deeper than money. It's about power. Who'll hold it now that the fighting's done? He drained the glass in one swallow. Lincoln's making enemies faster than he can count them. Not exactly news, Elias replied, though something in the colonel's demeanour made him uneasy. The South wants him dead. Half his generals think he's too soft, and the radicals in his own party find him insufferable. It's worse than that, Simmons lowered his voice. There have been meetings, important men, military, cabinet members, banking interests. They speak of necessary transition and securing the victory. Names, Colonel. I need names. That's just it. I don't have them all, but I've seen strange insignias, not official military, a phoenix rising from flames. Simmons glanced nervously at the window. And Secretary Stanton. He's at the centre somehow. Edwin Stanton, Lincoln's own Secretary of War. Elias scribbled furiously in his nouns. A figure emerged briefly to greet them. Tall, bearded, with the unmistakable profile of Secretary Stanton. Elias made a note of the time, 11:17 p.m. The following day brought news that General Lee had formally surrendered at Appomattox Courthouse. Washington erupted in celebration. Impromptu parades formed on Pennsylvania Avenue. Bottles of champagne appeared from nowhere. Soldiers embraced in the streets. The long nightmare of war was officially over. But beneath the revelry, Elias sensed something else. A current of uncertainty, of plans being whispered behind closed doors. That evening, as promised, he positioned himself near the Treasury building, hat pulled low, collar turned up against the spring chill. At precisely midnight, carriages began arriving. Not the marked conveyances of government officials, but private vehicles with drawn curtains. Men emerged quickly, faces obscured, and disappeared inside a door Elias knew to be a service entrance. He counted 12 in total, recognizing a few profiles despite their attempts at anonymity. A Supreme Court Justice, two generals, what appeared to be Vice President Johnson himself. Last to arrive was a smaller carriage. When its occupant stepped out, Elias had to stifle a gasp. Senator Lafayette Baker, head of the National Detective Police, Lincoln's own spy master, was unmistakable even in the dim gaslight. Before entering, Baker paused, scanning the darkness as if sensing Elias's presence. On his lapel glinted a small pin, a phoenix rising from flames. For 3 hours Elias waited in the shadows, fighting the cold and his own growing dread. When the men finally emerged, their expressions were solemn, purposeful. Something had been decided in that room, something that would never appear in any official record. Back in his lodgings, Elias worked feverishly until dawn, connecting threads, forming theories. His hands shook as he sketched out the emblem he'd seen, the Phoenix insignia. Below it he wrote, "The Order of the Phoenix, secret society or military faction." As morning light crept through his window, Elias heard newsboys already crying the headlines. "Victory complete! Lincoln to attend Ford's Theatre tomorrow night." An odd chill ran through him as he recalled Simmons's warning. Something big is about to happen. He glanced at his notes, the mysterious meetings, the Phoenix emblem, Stanton's involvement, the timing of it all. A terrible suspicion began to form in his mind, one he dared not even write down. Personified by the attendance of the president himself. Elias noted the security, surprisingly light for such an occasion. A few metropolitan police officers milled about, but there was none of the military presence one might expect given the recent end of hostilities. He studied the faces of those entering. Politicians, military officers, social climbers of every variety. All seemed caught up in the festive atmosphere, yet Elias couldn't shake the feeling of performances within performances. In the crowded lobby he spotted a face he recognized. John Parker, a notoriously unreliable presidential bodyguard known more for his drinking than his vigilance. Parker seemed distracted, already glancing toward the bar across the street. Elias made a mental note, taking his seat in the dress circle, one level below the presidential box. Elias had a clear view of both the stage and the entrance to Lincoln's box. The theatre hummed with anticipation. Ladies in silk gowns fanned themselves. Gentlemen exchanged handshakes and political whispers. At precisely 8:30, a stir near the entrance announced the presidential party's arrival. The orchestra struck up "Hail to the Chief" as Lincoln entered, tall and gaunt in his black suit, accompanied by his wife Mary, Major Henry Rathbone, and his fiancée Clara Harris. The audience rose in thunderous applause. Lincoln bowed slightly, his weary face breaking into that familiar melancholy smile. As the play began, Elias divided his attention between the stage and the movements around the theatre. 20 minutes into the performance, he noticed a man in a dark coat slip into the dress circle, moving with the confident ease of someone who knew the building well. Even from profile, the actor John Wilkes Booth was unmistakable, his handsome features and theatrical bearing marking him as clearly as a signature. What caught Elias's attention, however, was not Booth himself, but the man who briefly intercepted him near the back wall, a Union officer whose insignia identified him as a staff colonel. The two exchanged what appeared to be a few terse words. The officer pressed something into Booth's hand, a small object that disappeared instantly into the actor's pocket. Their interaction lasted perhaps 10 seconds before they separated, the officer retreating toward the stairwell. Elias's journalistic instincts flared. He rose quietly, intending to follow the officer when he noticed something else, a flash of metal on the man's collar. Even from a distance the shape was familiar, a small phoenix emblem, identical to the one he'd seen on Senator Baker's lapel. Before Elias could process this, Booth had already moved toward the president's box. With growing alarm, Elias watched the actor pause outside the entrance. The expected guard, Parker, was nowhere to be seen. Booth seemed to check the corridor before slipping inside. What happened next would forever burn itself into the nation's consciousness. The sharp crack of a pistol, Mary Lincoln's piercing scream, Booth leaping from the box to the stage, catching his spur in a Treasury Guard flag, landing awkwardly but still managing to brandish his knife and shout words that would echo through history. Sic semper tyrannis. The theatre erupted into chaos. Women fainted, men shouted. Someone screamed, "The president is shot!" From his position, Elias could see into the presidential box where Lincoln slumped in his rocking chair, a dark stain spreading across his collar. As pandemonium engulfed the theatre, Elias's trained eye caught details others missed. The surprising ease with which Booth escaped through the rear door, where a horse conveniently waited, the momentary hesitation of guards who should have moved more quickly, and most disturbing of all, the Union colonel with the Phoenix insignia, calmly observing from the shadows before slipping out a side exit, not in pursuit of Booth, but in the opposite direction. Elias fought his way through the panicked crowd toward that exit. By the time he reached the alley, the colonel had vanished. Nearby, a stagehand was babbling hysterically to anyone who would listen. "Booth!" It was John Wilkes Booth. "The man who spoke to Booth," Elias demanded, grabbing the stagehand's shoulder. "The officer. Did you see where he went?" The stagehand stared blankly. "What officer?" "The Union colonel. He was right here, not a minute ago." "Mister, there weren't no officers back here. Just that crazy Booth running out like the devil himself was after him." Elias pushed past, scanning the alley. Nothing. It was as if the man had evaporated into the night air. Behind him, the sounds of chaos poured from the theatre. Someone was shouting for a doctor. Someone else was calling for soldiers. As military personnel began arriving, Elias melted into the crowd gathering on 10th Street. His mind raced, attempting to process what he had witnessed. Lincoln shot, Booth as the trigger man. But that exchange, the missing guard, the convenient horse, the colonel with the Phoenix emblem who'd spoken to Booth moments before, none of it felt like the act of a lone madman. By midnight, the city had transformed. Troops patrolled every street. Crowds gathered outside the Peterson house across from the theatre, where doctors fought to save the president's life. Rumours flew like startled birds. The vice president had also been attacked. Secretary Seward had been stabbed in his bed. Confederate sympathisers were storming the city. Elias worked his way through the crowd, gathering fragments of conversation, watching which officials came and went. Shortly before 1 o'clock, he spotted Secretary Stanton arriving, his face a mask of controlled fury. As Stanton pushed through toward the house where Lincoln lay dying, Elias caught a glimpse of who accompanied him. The same colonel from the theatre, now openly wearing his Phoenix insignia, as if it were an official military decoration. Their eyes met briefly across the chaotic street. The story had already solidified. A vengeful actor, driven by Confederate sympathies, had struck a final blow for the lost Southern cause. Elias made his way to a small printing shop off E Street owned by a German immigrant named Müller, who had printed The Honest Witness throughout the war. The old man's face was grave as Elias entered. "I cannot print for you any more, Herr Finch," Müller said before Elias could speak. "Men came this morning. Government men." "What men? What do they want?" Müller's hands trembled as he rearranged already perfectly ordered type. "They asked about you, about your pamphlet. They took my customer ledger," he lowered his voice. "They had that look, Finch. The look of men who break things that cannot be fixed. Did they threaten you directly?" "They didn't need to." Müller glanced nervously at the window. One of them said, "The country needs unity now, not troublemakers." Then he put his hand on my printing press and said, "Beautiful machine. It would be a shame if something happened to it, or to your immigration papers. Elias felt a familiar anger rising. I need to print what I saw last night, Heinrich. The truth about what happened at Ford's. Not here you won't. Miller pressed a key into Elias's palm. Back room of Kennedy's tobacco shop. My brother's old press is there. It's yours if you need it. But, Finch, his eyes were pleading, be careful. These are dangerous times to question powerful men. By late afternoon, Elias had established himself at Kennedy's. The small press was outdated but functional. As he arranged his notes, preparing to write, a knock came at the door. His hand moved instinctively to the revolver in his pocket. A woman's voice called softly, "Mr. Finch? Adelaide Booker. I was at Ford's last night." Elias opened the door carefully. Adelaide Booker was in her 40s, a seamstress who had worked at the theatre for years. They had spoken several times when Elias was researching a piece on wartime entertainment. "I saw you following that officer," she said without preamble once inside. "The one with the strange pin." Elias's pulse quickened. "Tell me exactly what you saw." "I was mending a curtain backstage when Mr. Booth arrived. He seemed anxious, checking his pocket watch. Then that officer came in the stage door, which was unusual itself. They spoke briefly. The officer gave him something small, metallic. Her voice dropped to a whisper, and he said, 'Remember, wait for the laugh line in Act 3, Scene 2, not before.' Then he left through the same door." "Would you recognise this officer again?" Adelaide nodded. "Colonel Atticus Wade. He's been to the theatre before, always asking about who sits where, studying the layout." She clutched her shawl tighter. "I shouldn't be here. My sister says men have been asking questions about everyone who worked last night." After Adelaide left, Elias worked furiously into the evening. Did one. Now the real work begins. Stanton? Wade? Baker? How deep does this go? Instead of answering, Simmons handed him a folded paper. "This was left for you. I'd burn it after reading." The paper contained just 5 lines in a flowing script. The phoenix rises from necessary fire. What seems an ending is merely transformation. Those who see too clearly become blinded. EF. Choose wisely where blindness falls. April 16th, midnight. Congressional Cemetery. Hamilton plot. When Elias looked up, Simmons had vanished. The alley was empty, save for a stray dog nosing through garbage. Above, the stars were obscured by clouds that promised rain. That night, Elias returned to his lodgings to find it had been searched, thoroughly and professionally. Papers rearranged, floorboards loosened, even the mattress sliced open. At precisely midnight a carriage arrived. A solitary figure emerged carrying a lantern. Tall, distinguished, instantly recognisable despite the darkness and rain. Secretary of War Edwin Stanton himself, the second most powerful man in the government, now effectively ruling the nation while Vice President Johnson floundered in his new role. Mr. Finch," Stanton called, his voice carrying clearly despite the rain. "I know you're here. Let's dispense with theatrics. If I wanted you dead, you would be." Elias stepped cautiously from his hiding place. "Like Adelaide Booker?" Stanton's expression didn't change. "Regrettable, but necessary. Some people cannot adapt to changing circumstances." He studied Elias with shrewd eyes. "You, I think, are more practical." "Is that why you're here? To discover my price?" "To offer you perspective." Stanton set the lantern on a nearby grave marker. "What do you think you know, Mr. Finch?" "I know Lincoln was assassinated by conspiracy, not by a lone madman. I know the Order of the Phoenix, whatever it is, orchestrated it. I know you're involved." Stanton nodded slowly. "Not inaccurate, but incomplete. The Phoenix is not what you imagine. Not some cabal of power-hungry monsters. We are patriots who understand that sometimes surgery is required to save the patient. And Lincoln was the disease. Lincoln was an obstacle." Stanton's voice softened slightly. "A good man, but one whose compassion would have destroyed what we fought for. His plan for malice toward none would have allowed the same southern aristocracy to reclaim power within a decade. The war would have been for nothing. A cold certainty settled in Elias's stomach. So you had him killed. We had him removed, Stanton corrected, for the greater good. Now reconstruction will proceed as it must, with the firm hand the South required unopened in his coat, Pandora's box of temptation and compromise. On the third night, as thunder rolled across the capital, Elias met with Muller in the cellar of a church, whose minister had secretly treated wounded Confederate soldiers during the war. "The street papers say Booth has fled south," Muller reported, shaking rain from his coat. "But I heard from my cousin who drives a supply wagon. Soldiers searched the Surratt boarding house again today, tore up floorboards, broke down walls. They're looking for something," Elias mused. "Something they think Booth left behind. Or something they planted that they now need to recover." Muller hesitated. "There are rumours about a diary." This caught Elias's attention. Booth kept a diary? "So they say. A small red leather book where he wrote his thoughts, his plans. The kind of thing that might reveal who he spoke to, who gave him orders." Elias's journalistic instinct flared. Such a diary would be the evidence he needed. "Who told you this?" "A clerk at the War Department. He was drunk, talking too freely at Hannigan's Tavern. Said Stanton himself ordered every inch of the boarding house searched. Said the secretary was white as a ghost when he gave the order." The implications were clear. If Booth had recorded his contacts with the Order of the Phoenix, with Wade or Baker or Stanton himself, such navigated the narrow passage, counting intersections, measuring distances by paces. After nearly an hour of careful progress, he reached what his calculations suggested should be directly beneath H Street and the Surratt boarding house. A metal ladder bolted to the wall led upward into darkness. Elias extinguished his lantern and climbed, emerging into what appeared to be a small storage cellar. Dust covered everything, undisturbed save for a single set of boot prints that stopped near the far wall. Elias examined the wall carefully, noting a slight discoloration in the mortar between several bricks. Using his pocket knife, he scraped away the newer mortar, revealing a loose brick. When he removed it, his fingers touched something soft inside the cavity. Leather. With trembling hands, he extracted a small red book, its cover unmarked. Opening it revealed pages filled with an elegant theatrical hand. Booth's diary, hidden where he thought it would be safe. Or perhaps where someone had instructed him to conceal it. Elias tucked the diary into his coat and retraced his steps through the tunnel. Back in the relative safety of the church cellar, he finally examined his prize by lamplight. The diary was not what he had expected. Rather than a detailed account of the conspiracy, it contained the rambling just about escaping through the crowded theatre. But CW assured me that certain doors would be unobstructed. Tonight we're delving into a conspiracy thriller titled Dark Side of the Truth. A moon landing conspiracy thriller. It's set in the year 2025, yet it digs into events that occurred more than half a century ago. Or so the official history says. Our protagonist, Elliot Graves, isn't the typical tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. He's a rational investigative journalist who's built his reputation on skepticism and fact-checking. But his life takes a sharp turn when he receives a mysterious reel of 16mm film, suggesting that one of humanity's greatest achievements, the 1969 moon landing, was staged on a secret set. As we progress through the story, you'll meet characters with their own moral compasses, locked you hold dear. So sit back, whether you're at home, in the office, or on a midnight train to somewhere distant. Let yourself be pulled into a reality where the lines between historical record and government-engineered fantasy blur, leaving only one certainty, that once you learn the truth, there is no going back. Ready? Then let's begin. In just a moment, we'll step into part 1, where a mysterious package arrives on Elliot Graves's doorstep, sending him hurtling into a hidden world of secrets and illusions. Keep your wits about you, and don't forget to keep the lights on. Welcome to Dark Side of the Truth, a moon landing conspiracy thriller. Elliot Graves had no reason to suspect the night would bring anything unusual. He sat in his small book-lined apartment in downtown Philadelphia, finishing an article on local corruption, a typical piece for his modest but dedicated readership. A coffee mug stood half empty beside him, thick smudges of ink marking the final edits on his notes. It was the kind of moment he usually relished, quiet, focused, and free of the outside world's chaos. Then came the knock, 3 sharp raps, unannounced and oddly urgent. Elliot glanced at the clock. 10:47 p.m. He wasn't expecting anyone. The hallway light flickered as he opened the door, finding nothing but a single battered cardboard box at his feet. No note, no name, just his address scrawled in black marker. It could have been a source dropping a tip, though most of his informants were digital ghosts, rarely venturing into the physical realm. Curiosity piqued, Elliot brought the box inside. It weighed more than he expected. Taped across the top, a plain sheet of paper read, "Watch immediately." The handwriting was jagged, as if penned in a hurry or under duress. Carefully he cut the tape, half expecting a bomb or a rig device. Instead, inside lay a vintage 16mm film reel in a metal canister, the label partially peeled off. He gently tilted it back and forth, hearing the soft shift of film spooled inside. Elliot felt a jolt of excitement. He'd handled old film reels before, but never one that found him in the dead of night. An archaic machine in his study closet, passed down by his grandfather, might be the only way to view it. He rarely used the projector, but he was determined to see what was on this reel, if only to figure out who had gone to so much trouble to send it. Setting up the projector took nearly half an hour. Dust motes swirled in the beam of a single lamp as he threaded the film carefully. As the flickering images began, Elliot's anticipation turned to pure disbelief. The footage was in black and white, shaky in places, but unmistakably capturing a large, elaborate set. A moon-like surface crafted on what looked to be a soundstage. Stage lights hung overhead, cables snaking across the floor. He squinted, recognizing the shape of a NASA lunar module prop, like something out of a historical documentary. But it wasn't a documentary. He saw men wearing astronaut suits, one of them bearing an uncanny resemblance to Neil Armstrong. Off to the side, a group of technicians hovered, adjusting cameras that weren't from 1969. They looked older, yes, but not quite from the era. A man stepped into view, clapping a film slate. On it was scribbled, "Apollo 11, Take 3. The adrenaline spiked through Elliot's veins. This reel showed the moon landing being filmed on a set. His rational mind scrambled for explanations. Could this be a Hollywood recreation or some kind of promotional footage? But the detail was too raw, too disorganized for a typical behind-the-scenes doc. There were sections where the astronauts removed their helmets, revealing sweaty faces. The lander and flag props looked hastily put together. One of the men off-screen shouted, "Watch the reflection, we can't show the lights," as if aware of how a real moon environment should look, no visible reflections of rigging in an astronaut's visor. By the time the reel ended, Elliot's hands trembled. He remembered hearing about the moon landing conspiracy theories, wild claims of stage sets and Kubrick involvement, but he'd always dismissed them. He prided himself on debunking such nonsense. Yet here was tangible evidence, or the best fake he'd ever seen. A single question throbbed in his mind. Who would send this to me, and why now? He reached for his phone, intending to call a trusted colleague, only to find the screen black. No power. He was sure it was charged. Strange. He tried to boot up his computer to search for any reference to lost Apollo footage, but the internet connection was dead. He felt his chest tighten in a wave of paranoia. Was he imagining things, or was this more than a coincidence? Deciding to do a quick external check, Elliot gathered the reel, locked up his apartment, and headed for the elevator. As he stepped out onto the street, a hint of movement caught his eye. A black SUV parked at the curb, lights off. Its windows were tinted, impossible to see in. The hair on his arms rose. Philadelphia had plenty of SUVs, but why did this one feel like it was there for him? He took a breath, telling himself not to jump to conclusions. Still, his heart hammered as he walked 2 blocks to an all-night coffee shop known for its reliable Wi-Fi. Inside, the smell of espresso and donuts steadied him a bit. He found a corner table connected to the cafe's network and tried searching for any references to moon landing staged film reel. Thousands of hits, mostly conspiracy websites. Nothing verifiable. Minutes later, he typed a cautious email to a colleague, attaching a single grainy screenshot from the reel. He pressed send. An error message blinked back. Message undeliverable drove him to sift through every frame of the film reel, making notes, snapping photos with a spare camera he'd found in an old drawer. Perhaps he could create a digital copy, but his attempts to digitize the reel via his laptop repeatedly failed. Some hidden glitch kept corrupting the files. He cursed under his breath. Was it sabotage or just outdated hardware? At first light, he ventured to his usual contact for obscure intel, a quiet archivist named Harriet, who worked at the local historical society. He hoped she might authenticate the film's physical materials. Harriet was meticulous with details, and if anyone could confirm the reel's age, it would be her. The society's building was a grand relic, all marble floors and dusty exhibits. Elliot found Harriet in a back office, squinting through a magnifying glass at a centuries-old map. She looked up, alarmed by his frantic posture. Without preamble, he passed her the film canister. "I need to know if this is genuinely from 1969, he whispered, glancing around as if the walls had ears. Harriet frowned at his secrecy but began her inspection. She murmured something about the film's brand markings, the chemical composition of older film stock, and how certain colour-coded edges could pin down the manufacturing date. Within half an hour she had her verdict. "This reel does appear to be from the late 1960s. "Where'd you get it?" Elliot let out a breath he hadn't realised he was holding. "Somebody sent it to me last night." He hesitated, debating how much to reveal. Before he could continue, Harriet's phone rang. She picked it up, and her expression clouded as she listened. Yes, he's here," she said, a tremor in her voice. He backed away, panic flaring. Was Harriet being told to stall him? He mouthed, "Hang up," but Harriet just stared at him wide-eyed. Elliot snatched the phone from her hand. "Your communication line." That's when he remembered Sam Reyes, a former NASA engineer turned freelance tech wizard. They'd crossed paths a year ago when Sam leaked documents exposing flawed satellite software. She'd proven resourceful and cautious, someone who operated in the grey areas of government secrecy. He rummaged through his wallet for her old business card, typed the number into a borrowed flip phone he'd bought for emergencies. 2 rings, then Sam answered with a wary, "Who is this?" "Elliot Graves," he said quietly, trying to steady his voice. "I need your help. It's urgent." Sam let out a short laugh. You're the reporter who debunked that UFO fiasco. Are you calling to do another piece? He glanced around to make sure no one was listening. This is bigger than UFOs. I have an old NASA film that suggests the moon landing was not what we think. Silence on the line. Then Sam hissed, "Don't say another word. There are ears everywhere. Meet me at the Redwood Garage, level 3, in an hour." She hung up. He had no time to question her abruptness. He made his way to Redwood Garage, a concrete structure on the outskirts of the city. Ducking beneath security cameras, he took the stairs to level 3. Only a few cars were parked, the area echoing with the hum of overhead fluorescent lights. He found Sam leaning against a pillar, arms folded. She was petite, with sharp eyes and a laptop bag slung over her shoulder. "You look like hell," she said in lieu of a greeting. Elliot forced a grin. "Rough morning, thank you for coming." Sam nodded at the film canister tucked under his arm. "That it?" He handed it over, heart pounding. She opened the lid, peeking at the reel. "I'll need my gear to analyse this properly. But tell me, any chance this is a hoax?" Elliot explained Harriet's findings, the chase and the phone sabotage. Sam's eyes narrowed with concern. This kind of move typically points to a deep-pocketed agency. NASA has muscle, but not to this extent. We might be dealing with something else. She motioned for him to follow her to a beat-up SUV. Inside, the back seat was cluttered with laptops, cables, and specialized scanning equipment. Sam popped the reel into a portable film viewer. A small screen flickered with the black and white images. She skimmed through it, face grim. "If this is real, holy..." He gave a humorless chuckle.